Hello everyone, I am the chosen one and welcome to a chill stream. How are you guys doing today? Hello everyone. Ba-da-bum. Wait, let me make sure I have my... No. Uh... There we go. Bum, ba-da-bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum. Today, I just wanna... Now, this is a little different from the other chill stream we did. It's because I wanna catch up on the lore of the entire Zelda series. So we're gonna be watching a video by, I believe, Zeltic. That my friend recommended me. And it's basically just talking about all the Zelda lore. Mostly Tears of the Kingdom, but how it ties into everything. So I kind of just want to review it. These videos have really cool thumbnails. They're really popular. I want to watch them. I'm excited. Leave a like if you're excited too. So yeah. That's a recap of the story and lore of Tears of the Kingdom. So it'll explain everything. It's probably gonna be just about this specifically, but supposedly it, goes into stuff. So let's do that. Now, staying for spoiler reasons, but have fun with the lore. Yeah, Joe, get the heck out of here. There's a lot of spoilers. I want you to be surprised and, So yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, but if you haven't beat Tears of the Kingdom, yeah, this is my warning. If you guys don't care and you just want to experience the lore regardless, it's fine too, but yeah. If you want to know about the lore and play it yourself, then I highly recommend not watching this. Okay, so let's start the video right away. Let me know if the sound is good, but yeah, we're watching this
Hey
one.
y'all, my name is Tia.
Oh, there's subtitles. Okay, I like that. Let me know if the sound is too low. I lowered it, but let me know if it's too, like, it needs to be louder. In fact, part of me wants to put this in full screen. Nah, let's just keep it like this. Volume's good? Okay. I love the presentation of this video. I already saw like the first few minutes, and then I fell asleep last night. But I'm excited to like see how everything comes together. Story Explained Part 1.
Breath of the Wild was a game about loneliness, an amnesiac hero uncovering the truth of his kingdom's collapse, learning to survive and overcome the hostile wilderness left after the Great Calamity. Its direct sequel, Tears of the Kingdom, is instead a game about connections, about bringing Hyrule's next generation together to fight against an ancient, yet familiar evil. Both games are set in the Kingdom of Hyrule, a vast land steeped in history and legend. The story of this kingdom stretches back thousands upon thousands of years, though many details from its histories have been eroded or distorted by the passage of time or even lost entirely. Breath of the Wild explains that Hyrule's history is inextricably linked with the story of the Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has appeared time and time again. An ancient legend tells of a war 10,000 years ago, where an emergence of the Calamity had been repelled by a hero, a princess, and the power of the Sheikah tribe. This nightmare returned a century before Breath of the Wild, a terrible, apocalyptic event that resulted in the death of the king and the destruction of most of the kingdom. The Calamity was eventually defeated by Link, a Hylian knight, after recovering for 100 years in the Shrine of Resurrection. Very little is known about the Calamity. Ancient texts suggest that it was once a Gerudo man, but now is more akin to a force of nature. It does not communicate, it can't be bargained with, and it wants nothing but the destruction of the kingdom. Every time it appears from the same place, directly underneath Hyrule Castle
That makes
itself.
a lot more sense. Rise from 100 years ago. Present day, the restoration.
After destroying the Calamity, Zelda spent the next few years rebuilding Hyrule, accompanied always by her chosen knight, Link.
Why this
She moves into the
cinematic
house
look
Link
different?
bought in Hateno Village, where she oversees the construction of a school to educate Hyrule's next
That was
generation.
amazing.
To
I
do
love
this,
that.
she employs Bolson, the old head carpenter, who has since passed the torch to Hudson, our beloved president of what is now called Hudson Construction. With Hudson's
That's a
help,
bar.
Hyrule began the monumental task of restoring what they had lost to the Calamity. The president not only worked to expand Tarrytown in Akala, he also built a new fortification over
Akala?
the sacred grounds just south of the castle, Lookout Landing, which quickly became a thriving community at the center of the country. His company set up resource caches all over the land. He was at the center of a civilization just beginning to piece itself back together.
That's really cool.
Ganon itself is once again fading into myth. Children are born and grow up believing the Calamity to be little more than a fairy tale. And to be fair to the children, almost every single relic of the ancient Sheikah was hidden or destroyed after the Calamity's defeat.
I was
The
wondering
divine
about
beasts,
that.
guardian shells and shrines all removed from the land.
How though?
It's possible that some of the old technology was processed for parts, used in the construction of Skyview Towers. These were designed by the Sheikah scientist Pura and built by none other than Hudson Construction, intended to survey their surroundings and provide accurate map data. Pura and the other Sheikah scientist, Robbie, had been in the royal family's service ever since before the Great Calamity, responsible for all manner of research.
They're from the
into
original
ancient
time.
technology. And after Calamity Ganon was defeated, they put their minds to Zelda's restoration project, eventually constructing the Pura Pad. This device is entirely different to the Sheikah slate used by Link in Breath of the Wild, which was over 10,000 years old by that point. This one is much newer, a tool designed to help Zelda with her work. A prototype had been built by Robbie, then the device was refined and improved by both scientists, including the addition of the camera rune. Pura wonders if there will be a time when everyone in Hyrule carries their very own Pura Pad.
So it's a cell
We knew
phone.
from Pura's diary in Breath of the Wild that she already possessed her own Sheikah slate even back then, and used it to install and experiment with an anti-aging rune. Like Robbie, Pura is well over a century old, but prior to the events of Breath of the Wild, performed an experiment that resulted in her reverting to the appearance of a small child. At some point after that game, she became fed up of being treated as a kid and of needing jetpacks to reach high places.
That's
so
funny.
adjusted her device, accelerating her development until she resembled a 20-year-old woman. Zelda wasn't only interested in technology, but archaeology and history. She created the Zonai Survey Team, a task force to discover and analyze ancient documents and ruins. She appoints Turo, a particularly keen and knowledgeable Hylian, as the leader of this team, and the group begins their research into
I already
Hylian's
love this
mysterious
video.
history. Ruins from the ancient
Explains this
Zen
way more
found
simple than
all
that
across
other one we
Hyrule,
watched.
even during Breath of the Wild.
It's very
But
compact
little
and like
was known about them, other
slow
than the fact
paced.
that they were a powerful race of magic wielders who vanished suddenly long ago. They predate even the ancient Sheikah, the clan whose advanced technology had helped to seal the Calamity Ganon 10,000 years ago, but the truth behind them had been lost to time. This time of peace and hope wouldn't last, however. An insidious substance known as gloom began afflicting the people of Hyrule, causing them to fall ill after coming into contact with it.
What song is
Gloom
this?
doesn't just physically harm people like Calamity Ganon's malice, it withers them. Small exposure to it can be cured with direct sunlight, but more severe contact will permanently wound or kill outright. Eventually, a secret staircase was discovered, leading into the forgotten foundations of Hyrule Castle, from which the gloom appeared to be seeping into the kingdom. Zelda, of course,
These shots are so
volunteered
good.
herself for the expedition. She explains that the royal family have always been aware of these underground
Hey Shadow, how you doing?
chambers. When she was a child, she asked her father, King Rome, about them, but was told that seeing them for themselves, or even discussing their existence at all, was forbidden. King
Interesting.
Rome had warned her that no one must ever venture beneath the castle, not even one of us. A warning that had apparently been passed down through the royal line for as long as anyone
Link
could
is like
remember.
bouncing right
The
now.
princess was not alone, of course. Before venturing underground, she travelled to the Korok forest alongside Link, her chosen knight and sworn protector, a hero worthy of wielding the legendary Master Sword capable of repelling evil. During the Great Calamity, the Master Sword was terribly damaged. To restore it, Zelda had left it in the care of the Deku Tree, where it rested for 100 years while Link recovered in the Shrine
Really
of
hits me how much
Resurrection,
different
and
she
Zelda
looks
used her
in
sacred
Breath of the
powers
Wild.
to keep the
Like, she
Calamity
even
Ganon
looks
imprisoned
younger.
within Hyrule Castle. The Deku Tree
I thought they
explains
looked
that
exactly the
Master Sword
same, but
can
now
not
looking at her,
only
she does
heal
look a lot
itself,
older
but grow ever
in
stronger if it is
Tears of the
bathed in
Kingdom.
sacred power.
It's something about the
Stronger the
face,
power,
like they
and the
even
longer the
changed.
sword
I
is
thought they just
exposed
cut the
to
hair.
it, the greater its power becomes. The Deku
Maybe
Tree
it's just the
believes that
graphics, but
sword's
it kinda
true
looked like
power
that.
may in fact be limitless. This is presumably how the Master Sword was healed.
Meanwhile,
over the
Link
course
looks
of a century
identical.
Before Breath of the Wild. It was bathed in the sacred energy of the Deku Tree and the Korok Forest, enough to restore it to its former strength. The Master Sword was wielded by Link during his showdown with the Calamity Ganon, used as it had been countless times before to banish the darkness that threatened Hyrule and restore peace to the realm. Afterwards, it seems that Link once again laid the blade to rest in the Korok Forest, where it slept until he had need of it once more. Now, with a shadow once again looming over Hyrule, Link draws his sword once more and travels into the forgotten foundations of the castle to protect his princess and uncover the source of the mysterious gloom.
Opportunity is all around us, but to act on it, you need to get out of your comfort.
The pair descend, traveling deeper and deeper into the bowels of the castle. They walk down broken staircases and through caves littered with cracked stone, where the walls glow with an eerie light. Ominously, the blade of the Master Sword lights up, a sign that the pair are approaching an unseen evil. Eventually, Link and Zelda encounter ruins different to the Hylian stonework closer to the surface. They're decorated with ancient symbols, identifying them as the work of the Zonai. According to Zelda, the Zonai were a civilization from the distant past, who lived in the time of earliest legend. They possessed godlike powers and had a prosperous civilization of floating islands in the sky.
Skyward Sword.
Link and Zelda discover statues depicting what they believe to be Zonai individuals, strange alien figures with long ears. The pair continue their descent
Alien?
until they reach a large chamber.
That's not very
where
nice.
They're attacked by Keys, weak monsters that are quickly obliterated by the Master Sword. This isn't just any ordinary room, though. Its walls are decorated with elaborate murals depicting events from Hyrule's distant past. In particular, a terrible conflict that became known as the Imprisoning War. In total, there are 7 murals in this chamber, though the last 3 are obscured behind rocky debris. The first depicts a Zonai descending from the sky, welcomed by Hylians on the surface below. The Zonai brings with them 7 artifacts, secret stones, which can amplify the powers of whoever wields them.
And they're not called
The
tears.
second
I don't know why I
mural
thought
shows
that.
a Zonai forming a bond with a Hylian woman. According to Zelda, her ancestors, the first of Hyrule's royal family, were born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens. These murals imply that these gods were the Zonai, and that, together with Hylians, they had founded the kingdom of Hyrule. Princess Zelda, then, is a distant descendant of the Zonai. The next 2 murals immortalize a tragedy. First, an ominous figure stealing a secret stone from the woman from the previous image, and next, the same dark figure commanding his servants in a fierce battle. A red wave of his power spreading across the land, and the blood moon glowing in the sky above. These 4 murals show Hyrule's earliest history, and the outbreak of the Imprisoning War. The 3 hidden murals show the war's end, which we'll come back to later, but it's important to remember that these obscured murals exist right at the beginning of the game.
Exactly.
Hyrule's ancient history is, quite literally, set in stone.
That's a bar.
Link and Zelda continue on from the mural room, through a dark corridor, until they emerge in the imprisoning chamber, and come face to face with the secret that their kingdom was built on. A petrified figure is bent backwards in the center of the chamber, apparently frozen in place. At his chest, he is held by a glowing arm.
Is that the Fire Temple music? Hi, Dark
of
Luster, how you
green
doing?
energy. This is the body of Ganondorf, the same figure depicted on the murals stealing a sacred stone and leading his army against the Kingdom of Hyrule. The Imprisoning War is named for his imprisonment. He has been trapped here, deep below the surface, since time immemorial. As the pair approach this haunting discovery, the hand holding Ganondorf's body twitches, then falls limp. A stone, whose teardrop shape matches that of the secret stones of the Zonai, falls from the back of the hand onto the cold ground. Zelda taps the stone, then picks it up, before it begins to glow with a bright light. But before she can begin to study it, the unmistakable sound of a heartbeat
The bad hombre wakes up.
echoes through the chamber. Horrified, the princess can only watch as the body begins to twitch and convulse, cracking with the first movement after countless eons of imprisonment. It almost rights itself, then drops back, its head hanging upside down, before it snaps towards the pair, and its eyes light up, burning with an insatiable, timeless hatred. Great tendrils of concentrated gloom explode from Ganondorf's chest, flooding the chamber and lunging directly.
The music in this video is really good.
Link meets it with the Master Sword, jumping in front of Zelda and parrying back the evil. But this foe is beyond anything they've encountered before. The gloom rushes forward once again, crawling
It's
down the
Papyrus.
Master Sword's blade and onto Link's arm, severely wounding him. It's worth reminding that this Link is already an accomplished hero. Here, he is at the peak of his power, after being trained and augmented by the trials of the ancient Sheikah during Breath of the Wild. During this opening segment, he has 3 full stamina wheels and a total of 30 hearts. But not for long. The gloom shatters Link's strength, reducing his hearts back down to 3, the same amount he had when he awoke from the Shrine of Resurrection. his body weak and his mind wiped. Not only this, the gloom burns right through Link's champion's tunic and horrifically wounds his right arm, leaving it scarred and glowing with dark energy. Even the Holy Master Sword, a weapon designed by the goddess Hylia specifically to oppose evil, is not immune to it, and the blade is stained with gloom. A final tendril rushes towards the pair, and Link once again tries to parry it. But this time, it's too much. The Master Sword breaks. Half of the blade splinters into tiny, sacred shards. One piece, however, flies towards
One
Ganondorf,
Piece?
narrowly missing his neck and running across his cheek. It
That
cuts
part's
into
so
ancient
epic.
flesh, and his blood begins to boil, but no more. The blade of Evil's Bane is broken, leaving only a single scratch on the Demon King. For the first time in millennia beyond counting, Ganondorf speaks.
Was that the sword that seals the darkness?
Not English.
The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
Somehow, Ganondorf knows both Link and Zelda by name. He claims that someone named Rauru had placed his faith in Link, and mocks him for his weakness. He arches back and releases a final wave of gloom, this time upwards towards the cave's ceiling. It pushes an ancient stone block, and the cave begins to collapse around them.
It's Ryoma.
And on the surface, Hyrule Castle itself begins to rise into the air. Finally free from his imprisonment, Ganondorf allows himself to fall into the endless blackness below. Exhausted, Link drops to one knee, and before Zelda can come to his aid, the floor beneath her gives way. Zelda drops into the same dark pit where Ganondorf had vanished, and Link, without a second thought for his injury, leaps after her. But he misses. Zelda falls,
Not Midna's
helpless,
Lament.
until a golden light envelops her and she disappears. This is where the princess and the hero are separated, and the story of Tears of the Kingdom splits in two. Link is caught mid-air by the hand that had previously held Ganondorf, and pulled upwards into the light, where he eventually awakens on the Great Sky Island. Zelda, however, wakes up dazed and confused on what appears to be the surface of Hyrule, though it isn't the Hyrule she knows. Instead, Zelda finds that she has somehow been transported into Hyrule's distant past, to a time not long after the kingdom's founding. Here, ages removed from her own time, she uncovers the mysteries of the ancient Zonai, and becomes the central part of this game's cyclical narrative by setting up the events that will eventually occur for Link, who remains in the present day.
I hate when ads jump scare me. Not Walmart. I didn't know Walmart was involved in Zelda's lore. The distant past, prelude to the imprisoning ore.
Zelda is woken by two strange individuals, a couple who claim to be King Rauru and Queen Sonia, the first rulers of the Kingdom of Hyrule.
Sponsored stream.
Zelda is, of course, Hyrule's princess, the daughter of King Rome Bosphorus.
Her face here is so funny.
Which can mean only one thing. She has been transported to a time so far back in the past, it has become legend.
The
King
Legend
Rauru and
of
Queen
Zelda.
Sonia are the figures
Bum
depicted on
ba-da-da-dum,
this mural.
ba-da-da-dum.
Theirs was the union that the Kingdom of Hyrule was built upon. This means that Sonia is a Hyrulean woman, and Rauru is a Zonai. It's worth noting that it doesn't seem that this figure on the mural is Roru specifically. We're told later on that he is one of only 2 remaining Zonai, and it was his ancestors who had descended to the surface, bringing 7 secret stones with them long, long ago. So even though Zelda has
Sorry, I
been
was distracted by a text. I need to see what that said.
and Queen Sonia are the figures depicted on thing of King Rome Bosphoramos Hyrule.
Bosphoramos.
Can mean only one thing. She has been transported to a time so far back in the past, it has become legend. King Rauru and Queen Sonia are the figures depicted on this mural. Theirs was the union that the Kingdom of Hyrule was built upon. This means that Sonia is a Hyrulean woman, and Rauru is a Zonai. It's worth noting that it doesn't seem that this figure on the mural is Rauru specifically. We're
Oh,
told
really?
later on that he is one of only 2 remaining Zonai.
Interesting.
And it was his ancestors who had descended to the surface, bringing 7 secret
Okay,
stones with them
that's interesting.
long ago. So even though Zelda has been transported to the distant past, it's still a long time after the golden age of the Zonai. Even
Interesting.
this far back, their civilization is ancient and shrouded in mystery. The only Zonai left are Rauru and his older sister, Minoru. They're tall, animal people with incredibly long ears. It was said that Hylians had long, pointed ears so that they could hear the voices of the gods. Both of the Zonai are magical in different ways. Minoru can separate her spirit from her body, but Rauru has the power of light, a sacred force that can repel and destroy evil. They both have a third eye on their foreheads, representing their enlightenment that opens when they wield their magic powers.
So Minoru too?
Sonia's appearance closely resembles Zelda's. In fact, she claims that she can sense a blood connection between Zelda and herself and King Rauru. She can also sense that Zelda possesses not only the power to control time, like Sonia herself, but also Rauru's power of light. This means that Zelda is the distant descendant of this couple, the very first members of the Hyrulean royal family.
Yup, there we go.
We never see any of the couple's children in-game, but the very fact that Zelda is descended from them, and what happens to them later on in the story, means that their children must already exist somewhere, and would go on to continue this bloodline through the ages, all the way up until the birth of this Princess Zelda.
Well, I don't know. I could be wrong. But if I'm not mistaken, that's not necessarily always the case. Because I thought Link and Zelda always kind of just reincarnate regardless. Like, this game's really built on reincarnation. So I don't even think it necessarily has to be that they're always part of the bloodline. It's just as long as it reincarnates as another Zelda. Because that's why there's several Zeldas. Because it's a reincarnation thing. I could be wrong. Maybe that's that's Link. Maybe I'm thinking of it wrong. That might just be Link. Zelda, I might think maybe it is always the family. So maybe that was just a misconception I had.
Zelda explains to the king and queen that, in her time, something terrible is happening, but that she does not know how she got here or how to get back to the future. Sonia advises her not to panic, to come back with them to the castle where they can come up with a plan. Rauru suggests that Minoru, the only other remaining Zonai, may be able to help. At this point in history, the Great Plateau appears to have been the center of the Kingdom of Hyrule. In Breath of the Wild, the old man describes this place as the birthplace of the Kingdom of Hyrule, and it seems that this is true for the kingdom founded by Rauru and Sonia. A different Temple of Time, one built by the Zonai, is found in its place on the plateau, and it seems that this era's Hyrule Castle is found nearby too. Breath of the Wild's Hyrule Castle does not yet exist. Rauru and Sonia's castle is built here on the Great Plateau. In this time period, Hyrule appears largely uncharted and untamed. Aside from the Great Plateau, the main island of civilization, This Hyrule is even wilder than the one we know. Central Hyrule is a forest rather than a field. Death Mountain features a smoke ring, much like its appearance in Ocarina of Time, and the dueling peaks are, at this point, still one mountain. According to legend, the peaks were created when a dragon split one mountain into two.
Wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's crazy. We finally reached the first major, like, lore thing I didn't know. I gotta hear that whole part again. I'm participating in watching your stream and playing HoloCure. That's cool.
This Hyrule is even wilder than the one we know. Central Hyrule is a forest rather than a field.
Oh, okay.
Death Mountain features a smoke ring, much like its appearance in Ocarina of Time.
That's cool.
The dueling peaks are, at this point, still one
Okay,
mountain.
interesting.
According to legend, the peaks were created when a dragon split one mountain into two.
Which
a
one?
Legend that seems to be true. Raru's Hyrule
Which
is
dragon?
defended by shrines of light, mystical stones that glow with spirals of green energy. In the early days of the kingdom, Hyrule was plagued by monsters, which assaulted and terrorized its people. In response, Raru and Sonia built shrines to imprison this evil. Each of them works somehow as holy seals to keep Hyrule safe. In this time period, shrines of light are found in different places to the ones Link will eventually encounter thousands of years in the future, like the ones that defend the Great Plateau. But another purpose of the Shrines of Light is to illuminate the terrifying darkness below Hyrule, the depths. Far below the surface lies a dark world, a warped reflection of the world above it completely without light. That is, except for the light roots, tree-like structures that are found directly below shrines on the surface. The name of each light root is just the name of the shrine above it in reverse, and they're activated by Zonai magic. It's likely that Raru and Sonia created the light roots specifically to illuminate the depths. During this time, a chamberlain was appointed to record accounts of the lives of the king and queen, to preserve their stories for discovery in the future.
Interesting,
These
okay.
give insight into the history and personality.
I was wondering who was that person. I thought they were important.
Was once a priestess, born on the surface.
Okay.
She is exceptionally intelligent, more so than even
wisdom.
King
There we
Raru,
go.
who values her wisdom and insight on matters both large and small.
There we go.
The king himself was jovial, with an easy laugh. He often set aside his royal duties in favor of hunting, only returning to his responsibilities when sought out and scolded by Sonia.
That's funny.
After her sudden appearance in this time, Zelda is welcomed into King Raru's castle and given new clothes by Queen Sonia. But she is still focused on finding a way to return to her own time, and so Raru accompanies her to meet his
She does have a
sister,
third eye.
Minoru. Like Zelda,
It's his older
Minoru
sister,
is
okay.
a keen researcher.
So
Her
Minoru's the
stomach is
older
filled with
sister.
books, and she's said to become so engrossed in them that she forgets to eat. Minoru
That's
has
funny.
a particular fascination with Zonai
That's from the
constructs.
trailer.
They're described as vessels for the spirit when the body fails.
So they showed
With
this.
her ability to separate her spirit from her body, she hopes that she can extend her life. She would eventually show Zelda her greatest work, a giant mecha. Raru's spirit later claims to have overseen the creation of the constructs, from rangers and culinary constructs all the way to soldiers. They're all powered by the same strands of green energy. Perhaps they too are vessels for spirits in some way. The creation and maintenance of this technology required a lot of energy, which was mined in the depths. Huge mines were found in all corners of the world, deep underneath every town. There, constructs mined for zonite, a luminous mineral that can be processed into charges. We're only told that Zonite contains a mysterious energy, but considering that it's mostly found in the depths, a realm of the dead, this energy could be connected to spirits, similar to luminous stones, said to contain the souls of the dead. Minoru shows a particular interest in Zelda's Purapad. She notes that it is definitely not of her era, and asks to borrow it for a while to attempt to restore its teleportation function, and to research the device further. She hands the device to a nearby steward construct who shelves it away. Minoru, like Sonia and Raru, possesses her own secret stone. Hers amplifies her power of spirit. Raru's stone amplifies his light powers, and Sonia's her control of time. A secret stone can detect and react to an individual's innate powers, and will change its appearance and colour to match. Once a stone is in somebody's possession, it becomes engraved with a symbol that represents its power. These symbols are based on real-world kanji.
Oh,
and
really?
stylized and each featuring an eye design. Raru's stone is engraved with the symbol for light, Minoru's has the symbol for spirit, and Sonia the symbol for time.
Okay, that's
But
cool.
Zelda also possesses a stone engraved with the symbol for time. Minoru explains that, just like Sonia said, Zelda possesses the power to control both light and time. But the Zonai notes that the secret stone she carries appears to amplify her time power specifically. So it appears that a secret stone will only strengthen one particular aspect of an individual's powers, even when that individual holds multiple different abilities.
Okay, that's interesting.
Zelda came into possession of this stone when it fell from the hand imprisoning Ganondorf. At first, this stone was white in colour, but once Zelda touched it, it reacted to the powers within her and became a yellow time stone. This, Minoru explains, is how Zelda ended up in the distant past in the first place.
Yeah.
Secret stones don't create new abilities or grant their wielders new magic, they simply amplify the powers that are already found within someone.
Yeah.
When she fell into the crevice deep below Hyrule Castle, it was her own
power that she didn't know about yet.
Transported her to the past, only amplified by the possession.
So it's not just like, oh, just it saved her. That was her power.
An easy way to return to the present day. If Zelda doesn't know
That's
how
good
she
writing.
was able to manipulate time in the first place, she won't be able to reverse it. Except for one sinister possibility. Minoru also explains that there are stories about a forbidden act.
Why sinister?
Called draconification.
That's not the right word I would
To
use.
swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life. But that to become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself. This would provide a way for Zelda to return to her own time, but it would mean sacrificing everything, losing what makes her, her. Instead, Raru decides that Zelda should spend some time with Sonia, who also has the ability to control time and a time secret stone that matches Zelda's. Together, Raru hopes, they will be able to study and understand Zelda's powers more, and perhaps find a way to send her home.
Subway's now slicing their meats fresh.
Now available at Subway.
There is absolutely nothing going on with me romantically.
Great. Can I buy you?
Raru's young kingdom was strong, but not without its own troubles. In the desert to the southwest, a dark storm was gathering. Hyrule was watched by envious eyes. The Gerudo are a race of tall, powerful warriors, as tough and as dangerous as the desert they call home. The Gerudo are notable for being almost entirely female. Only one male is born every century, a man destined to become their king. In the time of King Raru, the Gerudo leader was called Ganondorf, a man of great
I wonder if it's
power
always
and
Ganondorf.
great ambition. Ganondorf was known to be a warrior of unmatched strength, a master of all weapons who could move his hulking mass with impossible speed. but he was also an incredible sorcerer and was able to control darkness in the form of gloom. From the desert, Ganondorf watched the young kingdom and plotted its downfall. Hyrule would bow before him. This land would be his to shape as he saw fit. At first, Ganondorf kept his true ambitions secret, but he was known to be dangerous. He repeatedly ignored invitations from King Rauru to swear fealty. The Gerudo King's first move against Hyrule occurred during the time Princess Zelda was sent back to, an initial assault to test the kingdom's military strength. Ganondorf and a small force of Gerudo warriors loyal to him stand at a high vantage point and unleash the raw power of the desert against Hyrule. One Gerudo woman plays an ornate flute, and the eerie music calls forth a swarm of Molduga, giant monsters who swim in the desert sand. Each of them is a powerful threat in its own right, but this many together is unprecedented. Guards stationed on the Great Plateau's walls spot the oncoming horde and sound the alarm. Before long, King Rauru himself appears, with Queen Sonia and Zelda just behind. Though this is an era without an incarnation of Link, this Hyrule is anything but defenseless. Without a word, Rauru brings his hands together in front of his face. His secret stone, which amplifies his innate power to use light to dispel evil, starts to glow. Behind him, Sonia raises her right arm and beckons for Zelda to do the same. The pair's identical secret stones start to glow as they add their power to Rauru's. Notably, Zelda's power glows with a much larger, brighter light than Sonia's, perhaps indicating that, even without training, she possesses a much greater power. Rauru keeps his eyes set on the approaching horde and focuses the energy between his hands. Suddenly, the third eye on his forehead opens and his power explodes outwards. When the beam subsides, the remains of Ganondorf's first invasion lies dying in the sand. Disappointed by this outcome, the Gerudo King realizes that brute force will not be enough. Rauru, augmented by his secret stone, is too powerful.
Why is the
His
frame
ability
rate
to
all of a
repel
sudden so
evil
low?
is too great a defense. But the King of Hyrule had literally shown his hand. Even from a great distance, Ganondorf spots the secret stone shining on Rauru's wrist. These Zonai artifacts are the key to Hyrule's strength, but could also be used against the kingdom. If Ganondorf could not break Hyrule by force, he would instead try deception, to lull Rauru and his kingdom into a false peace. Sometime after the Molduga assault, Ganondorf, accompanied by his retinue of Gerudo warriors, travelled to Hyrule Castle to swear fealty. In the throne room, they are received by King Rauru, Queen Sonia, and Zelda. The two Gerudo women directly behind Ganondorf stand out for wearing gold masks. These two are presumably among his highest ranking servants. They also flanked him during the Molduga attack.
Oh, what the
On
heck?
their left
That's
shoulders
scary.
are sashes with Hylian lettering, which translates to Koume and Koteki,
What?
identifying this pair as the witches seen during Ocarina of Time.
What? That's
In Ocarina
crazy.
of Time, these
That much
witches, who
detail?
eventually combine to form Twin Rova, are said to be the 400-year-old surrogate mothers of Ganondorf.
That's a
They
lot
look
of
considerably
detail.
younger here, so they might not have raised this Ganondorf, but it's clear that they're still important to him. Their names can also be found marked on the Gloom set of weapons used by Ganondorf himself.
That is...
Ganondorf and his
What?
Gerudo kneel before the throne.
How do you even
pledging
find that
their
out?
service to Rauru in return
You have
for
to have such a
acceptance
keen
into
eye
his
for that.
kingdom. The king accepts.
Like, I'm a
believing
huge Zelda fan, but how the heck are you supposed to catch that? That's incredible. So dang, Nintendo, you see, this is what I mean. Like, some people, like, if you're not a big fan of something, you don't really get to appreciate like all the little things. Like, people, I was telling my brother yesterday that Zelda's a series that, like, if you're not a fan of it, I feel like you're not really gonna like understand why it's so beloved by people. It's because of little details like this and all the little connections and like everything's subtle. It's funny how much people love things that are subtle and like not outright explained and stuff, but then they will trash on or look down on stuff that do exactly that, but just because they don't actually see the stuff themselves, it's like they'll just say, oh, a series is overrated and stuff. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Zelda's a very simplistic series, but there's a lot going on in that simplistic series. That's what makes it so fascinating to me. Hi, Biggie. How you doing? That's quite nifty. Maybe they took a lot of pictures like you do. True. It's just how do they, like, they translated it from the language. That's kind of crazy.
Ganondorf and his Gerudo kneel before the throne, pledging his service to Rauru in return for acceptance into his kingdom. The king accepts, commending Ganondorf on his status and welcoming him into his realm. But even as Rauru speaks, Ganondorf's focus was instead on the Secret Stones, ancient talismans of unimaginable power hanging from the necks of Zelda and Sonia and from Rauru's wrist. For his first action as an official part of the Kingdom of Hyrule, Ganondorf chooses to honor the king.
Hi, Eagletus. How you doing? Do you remember me? My name was Flashblip. Flashblip does sound familiar. Can you remind me which stream you came? I definitely recognize your name. Welcome back, Flashblip. How you doing? I guess I'll call you Ego for now. I'm doing well, thank you. Just trying to relax and keep cool from the heat. That's good. Yeah, I'm really into Zelda lore, and I want to get all my Zelda feels out before we move on to something else. In fact, I don't even know if we are gonna move on from something else. I'm this close to just playing every Zelda game on stream. I kind of want to play like every Zelda game. I needed a time in my life to finally play all the Zelda games I haven't played. I think this is the time, because I kind of want to just play all the games, know all the lore, and just, like, get to know the series, because it's, like, it's my favorite series, but it's, like, I just played some of the games, and know a lot of the lore, if that makes sense. Like, I played all the important games, and know a lot of the lore. I told the Breath of the Wild house revisit, and oh, that's right, I haven't seen you. How you doing, Eagle? I haven't seen you in a while. That's right, that was a very fun stream. I remember when you told me about that. That was like early on in my Tears of the Kingdom streams. I was wondering where you have gone. There's a lot of people that show up and I like for like a while on one stream and then I never see them again. Ocarina of Time showed that forest temple who's boss. Yeah, revenge from your childhood. Yeah, I probably will replay even the ones I have played too, just so we could review them, because Ocarina of Time was always a game I did want to play on the channel, being it's my original Let's Play I've played a long time ago on my channel. It's the very first playthrough I ever did. And being it's my favorite video game, I will like to have a very special stream for that. Bring on the Tears of the Kingdom spoilers. Yeah. If you don't mind, yeah, we're getting through them. Hi Shantae, how you doing? How's the video that I told you about? Yeah, Shantae's actually the one who told me about. Shantae's a big Zelda fan, apparently. I mean, it makes sense, her games are based on Zelda. So, but yeah. Thank you for recommending this video. This video's so good. I already learned so much from it. 999 will never happen. It's gonna happen, I just don't know yet. We'll see.
With thinly veiled insults and threats in his own throne room. Mockingly, he muses that when Raru's ancestors first descended on these lands long ago, they must have seemed to be gods. He points out how, by taking a Hyrulean woman as his wife and now ruling this land as its king, Raru has risen above his admirable lineage. The Gerudo king values power, and power alone.
Yeah, that's just something I caught too. I'm on vacation, I didn't really have any time to watch YouTube, but I'm gonna be back home in 5 days. That's cool. That's awesome. Good to see you again, Eagle.
And the kingdom of Hyrule protects the weak and defends the innocent. In the time before the kingdom's founding, the world had been a place of chaos, a brutal land where only the strongest thrived, a time that Ganondorf believed had more vigor and fighting spirit. Ganondorf rejects the idea that one of the godlike
Wait, go back. I gotta rehear
defends
that.
the innocent.
I'm distracted.
In the time before
Let me
the
see.
kingdom's founding, the world had been a place of chaos,
Okay.
a brutal land where only the strongest thrived, a time that Ganondorf believed had more vigor and fighting spirit.
Interesting.
Ganondorf rejects the idea that one of the godlike Zonai should dare to control this land.
Okay, so this is interesting because from what I'm seeing here, based on Skyward Sword, there were people on the land because when you go down there, you see Gorons and stuff. So, like, the land existed. It's just particularly the people who will become Hyrule came from the sky and took over the land on the actual land. So, if I were to make an assumption, the Gerudo were already on land. I mean, there's maybe they... Who knows where they came from? Maybe they came from other Sky Islands too, but based on what this said right now, it makes it seem as if the land was more like dangerous, and like I said, like only the strong survived. I'll explain why the Gerudo are so strong and ripped and like have abs and everything. Like all the tribes that were on the surface had to be like people that could actually survive, whether it be Gorons, Gerudo, maybe potentially Zora, but that's interesting that it says that, so I wonder if that's part of the reason he hates them as well. They used to live down there, but they had a war, that's why they went up in the sky. Oh, you're saying the Zonai. Wait, did it say that right now? Hold on, let's go back. Yeah, let's go back a bit.
Bloom set of weapons before the throne, pledging his service to Raru in return for acceptance into his kingdom. The king accepts, commending Ganondorf on his status and welcoming him into his realm. But even as Raru speaks, Ganondorf's focus was instead on the secret stones, ancient talismans of unimaginable power hanging from the...
In Skyward Sword, the story they tell you before you play. Oh yeah, that I know. Yeah, I know about that. That's the War of Hylia. That's when she has the 4, like, one's a Goron and 3 are the other races of that game.
The necks of Zelda and Sonia, and from Raru's wrist. For his first
But that's an
action
untold
as the
story. We
official
haven't seen a
part of
game
the
about
Kingdom
that
of
story yet.
Ganondorf
They only mention
chooses
it.
to honor the king with
That's the very
veiled
beginning
insults
of
and
Zelda.
threats in his own
Or not even
throne.
Zelda, just
Mockingly,
before
he
Zelda.
muses that when Raru's ancestors first descended on these lands long ago, they must have seemed to be gods. He points out how, by taking a Hyrulean woman as his wife and now ruling this land as its king, Raru has risen above his admirable lineage. The Gerudo king values power, and power alone, and the kingdom of Hyrule protects the weak and defends the innocent. In the time before the kingdom's founding, the world had been a place of chaos, a brutal land where only the strongest thrived, a time that Ganondorf believed had more vigor and fighting spirit. Ganondorf rejects the idea that one of the godlike Zonai should dare to control this land. He despises the peace that
Interesting.
Rauru and Sonia
Okay,
have
so
enjoyed.
they're the ones who
But
established
Zonai
that.
are gone. Their time is over, and they no longer grace the world with their presence, except for Rauru and Minoru. Rauru defends himself. He claims that even if something happens to him, his kingdom will endure for generations to come. This could be another indication that Rauru and Sonia do indeed have children, who will inherit the throne and uphold Rauru's peace even after his death. One king dismisses the other, and Ganondorf climbs to his feet and turns to leave, signaling his
I
retinue
love the
to do
music in this
same.
video.
Zelda, who had watched the exchange from Rauru's side, is concerned about trusting Ganondorf.
Very
She
good
believes
music
that his
choice.
heart holds dark ambitions, and notes that even his name gives her pause. The name Ganondorf should probably do more than just give her pause, considering she had previously kept a dark being named Ganon imprisoned for a century, but nevertheless, Rauru explains that he is well aware of the Gerudo King's evil nature. He claims that he wants to keep Ganondorf close, where he can keep an eye on him, and assures the
With his
princess
third
that she
eye.
need not worry. This entire throne room
Yes,
scene is
yes,
incredibly
yes,
reminiscent of the
yes,
scene from
yes,
Ocarina of
yes.
Time,
I said
where
as soon
Link
as I
first
saw
finds
it.
Zelda in her courtyard, peering in through one of the
That's
castle's
exactly what I
windows.
thought of when I
In
saw that
both
scene.
games, Ganondorf travels to the castle to swear fealty to the king
That's a
on
direct
his knee,
reference.
though secretly plans to overthrow him. In both games, Zelda warns the king about Ganondorf's
Yup,
intentions,
that's a
and
parallel.
the king ignores her, a decision that would lead to tragedy.
You see, this is what the beauty of Zelda and its series. It's the fact it's the parallels. And what makes the parallels stand out is the fact that Zelda in general is about different worlds, parallel worlds, or a link between two. That's always been the themes of Zelda, and that's been apparent throughout every single game in the series. So when you see these parallels, it feels like it's connecting these different worlds, if that makes sense. So it's like it hits harder, that makes sense.
The Chamberlain's stone tablets describe an unsettling development in this time period. There are whispers of a strange lady who walks around the castle at night, a woman who appears identical to Princess Zelda in all ways
Yes,
but one.
that was very funny, seeing Zelda like evil, like how she will look.
These are lifeless and dead. When asked, Zelda herself remembers nothing of these walks. Something, or someone, stalks Rauru's castle in the black
That's
of
really
night,
creepy.
wearing Zelda's face like a mask. Sometime later, Zelda sits under a gazebo with Rauru and Sonia, attended to by constructs and protected
The
by a
amiibo
handful of
gazebo.
royal guards. The princess reaches out her hand and accidentally knocks a bowl off the table. It falls towards the stone floor, then stops and retraces its path.
The cartoon Ganon makes us evil Zelda? Yeah, not only the cartoon, I would say multiple games. Twilight Princess was Puppet Zelda. I believe there's another game of Puppet Zelda. I don't remember what it was, but I know there's several games that have done that.
To the table. This is a display of Sonia's time power, strengthened by her secret stone. The Queen explains that it's like drawing out an object's memory, coaxing it back towards a certain moment in time. Zelda is, as of yet, unable to properly control the time powers she inherited through Sonia's bloodline, and so she remains trapped in this time period. The three discuss Zelda's predicament. She wants desperately to return home, but also to lend her support to this time, where a conflict with the Gerudo King seems all but certain. But Sonia is exceptionally perceptive, and knows that there is another reason Zelda needs to return home: Link. At the mere mention of his name, Zelda smiles and describes the hero to Rauru. He is a royal knight, one originally appointed to be her protector. He is dedicated and refuses to back down from any challenge. He is very strong, and his heart is good and true. Zelda's feelings towards Link were a central part of her character in Breath of the Wild. Eventually, it was her love for him that awakened her sealing powers and prevented the
No
total
way.
collapse of her kingdom.
Really?
And even now, while trapped in a different
That's
age,
cute.
Zelda has complete faith in her knight.
That's cute.
One night, Princess Zelda requests a private audience with Queen Sonia. In the quiet courtyard outside the castle, the pair meet. No guards, no Raru, just Sonia and Zelda. Except it's not Zelda at all.
This annoys
It's the
me.
mysterious
Because they
doppelganger
knew,
who
but then they
wastes
still
no
get
time
caught
in
lacking.
drawing a Gerudo knife and hurling it towards the queen. But the blade stops dead.
Zelda, cough cough, he's also my boyfriend.
Inches from the back of Sonia's head, frozen in time. Sonia turns.
You know what I love about this scene? It's the fact that it shows the trust between Sonia and Zelda. Because at first you think she's the one who does it, and then it reveals that Zelda did it. But it's the fact she trusts Zelda to do it. And prior to this scene, Zelda didn't know how to control this power. It shows the development that Zelda had from the previous scene to this scene, when Sonia was literally just teaching her on how to do the recall. And then it shows by this point Zelda has already mastered it. And you see that again when all of them use their little strat to do, like, they all throw the weapons at Ganondorf and then she recalls them. He dodges them, but then it's a distraction, and then Rauru comes and does the 1,000-year hand thing on Ganondorf. So it's like it shows that how much teamwork and, I guess, chemistry all these characters have with each other to trust each other while fighting together.
And faces the doppelganger.
Really cool
She
detail.
always knew the true purpose of this meeting and the true identity of this mysterious clone. This is not Zelda. It is a puppet of Ganondorf, an illusion summoned with his dark magic. From behind a stone pillar, the real Zelda steps out, her right hand outstretched, engulfed in a golden light.
Well, we don't know how long she was there for Days, Mom's years, and that's... No, yeah. Absolutely, we don't know the time between the last scene and this scene. My point is, it's just the fact how, regardless the time in between, that's not really what I mean, just the fact the development in between those two, it shows that she even developed in general, and like even got this strong in the first place with her recall power, which is just a nice touch, because it shows that Sonia taught her and she learned, and that's cool.
She had been the one to freeze the dagger in time. Her training with Sonia has allowed her to refine and better control her abilities. With a click of her fingers, Zelda sends the blade spinning back towards the Phantom, where it drops harmlessly at its feet. With a haunting laugh, the doppelganger vanishes into dark
Hot
magic.
Zelda, I mean what?
But Ganondorf was one step ahead.
But why he gotta punch her like
The
that?
Gerudo King emerges from the shadows and hits Sonia in the back with such force that it kills her almost instantly.
That's really
Before her
dark.
body
That's still
even
one of
hits
the darkest
floor,
things I've ever seen in a
Ganondorf
Zelda
reaches
game.
out and rips
Or
the
even a
secret
Nintendo
stone
game.
from her neck.
That's very dark for a Nintendo game.
Zelda weeps over Sonia's lifeless body, but Ganondorf simply laughs. A wild,
I love this face so much. It's so... This is such a meme.
vicious laugh that echoes across the plateau.
Oh, that's how he sounds in dub? Dang, that
Sick
sounded pretty
smile on
good.
his face, Ganondorf turns and walks away. Sonia's secret stone glows gold in his hand, still marked with the time symbol that reflects the Queen's inner power.
Dang, you want an
But it is
even
her
darker
stone
game?
No longer. Ganondorf holds the stone in front of him, and it changes to reflect his own magic.
That's again
The
in
stone
PogChamp.
grows in size before a new symbol is engraved on its surface a symbol that represents darkness.
Oh, that's what that
Again,
is.
Secret stones do not grant their wielders new powers, only amplify whatever powers they already have.
This video's so
Ganondorf
good.
was, of course, an exceptionally powerful magic user. With the
I
ability
kind of lost like hope for videos like this, because some have to be very like specific for me to get into them. Another really good one is the Metroid one by Geek Critique. If you ever want to know the entire lore about Metroid, that guy knows how to break it down in the most satisfying way possible. I would say this one's done very well done too, because it explains everything very simple and slow paced, and like it compacts everything nicely. It's not like that other lore video we watched where I was talking about the timeline and I was talking about like, oh, there's a cause and effect timeline thing where the time is in the beginning and the end, and then it's like it sandwiches the times together at one point. That was confusing the heck out of me, and it was just really stupid in my opinion. This is way better.
to control and manipulate dark, evil forces. Now that it is changed to reflect these abilities, Ganondorf's Secret Stone boosts his power significantly. Zelda can only watch in terror as the skies turn a burning red, and Ganondorf is engulfed in an aura of gloom. His Secret Stone glows, and he screams.
No, yeah, his voice is really good too. It gets me more immersed in it.
The Gerudo King is gone. The Demon King stands before Zelda, a colossal blood moon eclipsing the sky behind him. But he wasn't finished yet. He raises his hand, and a beam of dark energy launches upwards, striking the clouds and exploding into smaller missiles of gloom, which rain down on Raru's kingdom, each of them congealing into a beast under Ganondorf's control. Raru steps out into the courtyard, too late. He sees Zelda holding Sonia's body and cries out. As he mourns his dead wife, Ganondorf mocks him, claiming that he took the godlike power of the Secret Stones for granted, and that his queen was merely the first victim of Raru's arrogance. He spits that Raru tried to control him, and that he will die knowing that he failed. This is Ganondorf's jealousy
Ganondorfu
showing. He
It looks like, look, it's that one guy from Skyward Sword. Oh, it's just Ganon.
hated the power that Raru held over him.
I know, we got
power that
trolled.
he coveted. Furious, Raru runs towards the Demon King, but is stopped by Zelda, who knows that, despite the King of Light's sacred powers, fighting against Ganondorf would mean certain death. The Demon King raises his hand and sends forth a torrent of gloom towards Raru, who uses his
This
power to
Ganondorf has the
shield both
coolest
himself
design
and Zelda.
ever.
Without delay, the princess picks
I
up
want
the
him in
aura
Smash
pad
Brothers
and
so
uses it to
badly.
teleport herself and Raru, as well as Sonia's body, to safety, thanks to Minoru's work on enabling the transportation feature in this time. They had escaped.
He looks so
for
cool.
now, but there was no time for relief. Queen Sonia was dead, and Ganondorf possessed the power of a god. The menace was unleashed.
I want
With the
Shantae
Secret
more.
Stone amplifying his powers,
Well, Ganondorf's
there was
already in the
nothing
game. I
left
just
that
want
could stand
him,
in the
like,
King's way.
upgraded, I
Under
guess,
the
to this
bleeding
one.
moon, legions of monsters are born into the world, given a single instruction: to sweep over Hyrule, to eliminate.
Yeah,
this
Demon King
kingdom
Ganon form for
from
Final
far.
Smash. I
The
agree. Or
conflicts
even
that would
maybe,
become known as the
you know,
imprisoning war
his final
begun.
form. Which I won't say just in case.
With the Demon King unleashed, the Hylians weren't the only ones in danger. Just like during the present day, Raru's Hyrule is also home to the winged Rito, the aquatic Zora, and the mighty Gorons.
Oh,
of
a
Death
skin?
Mountain, all of whom
That could be
were
cool,
threatened by
actually.
Ganondorf
You're right,
and
just
his
so we could still
armies.
play as him.
Even the Gerudo, Ganondorf's own people, were not safe. Those that refused to join him were destroyed.
How do they get
and
these shots?
before
They're so
long, the
good.
last free village in the Gerudo Desert
The fact you could
fell
take that
under
in-game
its
is so
control. In the
impressive.
Forgotten Temple, in the northwest of the kingdom, Raru calls for a summit to discuss the war against.
Just as basic Tears of the Kingdom form for a skin would be nice. True. Or it could just be they replace the Ocarina Ganon and have it as the Tears of the Kingdom Ganon, and then they add a skin that's the Demon King Ganon as one of the skins.
The demon
So we
king.
get both.
The leaders of the Gerudo, Goron, Zora, and Rito tribes gather, along with King
Yeah, I'll send it to you
Raru,
now.
his sister Minoru, and Zelda herself. Raru unlocks the door at the back of the temple, where he reveals his secret weapons, 4 additional Zonai secret stones. Zelda, Minoru, and Raru himself, of course, already possess stones, so these 4 are bestowed upon the leaders of the tribes. At first, each stone is gigantic, its surface a plain and unmarked white colour. But once in the possession of new wielders, the stones change to represent...
Yeah, they take it from the
powers,
gameplay, I know,
like
it's just,
Zelda's
it's so
and
cool how they
Ganondorf's
did
have
that.
done. The stones transform
I
to
respect
reflect
how
the
they did
power
that.
of water for the Zora, wind for the Rito,
Okay.
fire for the Goron,
So,
and lightning
it's
for
the
Gerudo,
elements.
boosting
Gotcha.
each leader's abilities to new heights. We're never told the names of these 4 sages, nor do we learn anything about their history.
I wish we
However,
did.
They each wear a mask
Yes,
shaped like an
that,
animal.
it's the
An
Divine
elephant
Beast.
for the Zora, a bird for the Rito, a salamander for the Goron, and a camel for the Gerudo.
That's cool.
These match the designs of the 4 divine beasts, the colossal war engines built by the Sheikah.
How far are you in it? 51 minutes. Or do you mean the Metroid thing? Metroid thing, I watched all of them months ago. Probably a year ago even.
Defend Hyrule against the calamity that occurred 10,000 years before Breath of the Wild. Raru's Hyrule and these 4 sages...
And now you know they are not tears? No, yeah, that had nothing to even do with... That was just me having the misconception that Tears of the Kingdom, the marketing, they emphasize the stones. The stones, they look like tears, and I feel like they're so important to the story, and everybody had it. I mean, even predating the game, there was theory videos, if I'm not mistaken, I even referred to them as tears. And it's like, everyone thought that was the tears. I might be wrong, but I could have sworn that that's what everybody thought. So as I'm going through the game, even though I was getting the geoglyphs and I was referring to those as tears, because this has the dragon tears, I thought it was just like a double meaning. Like, oh, there's the tears, and then there's the tears, and then there's the tears of my eyes. Like, I thought there was like a triple meaning. But no, it's literally just, yeah, it's a Magatama. Yeah. It just... I don't know what made me think that, but when they revealed like the Tears of the Kingdom twist when Zelda cries, and that's like the big mind blown moment, I knew that that's what the title of the game meant. But it's like I never put together that the secret stones weren't even like, I thought both of them had to do with the game. Like, oh, the cheats, it's like, it's supposed to make you think the Magatama secret stones are the tears, and then you find out that's the actual tears. But I thought it was like a double meaning, like, oh, the tears that she sheds, but then the tears that Ganon is after. I don't even know why I thought what he was after was tears. I don't know what made me think that, but yeah, the only reason it's called Tears of the Kingdom is literally because of the memories you find.
Predate the divine
Which is
beasts,
Zelda.
so it seems likely...
I will say, out of all the Zelda games, the one that has the most insignificant name is Breath of the Wild. Because it's not... There's really no significance to it. Like, what about Breath of the Wild is Breath of the Wild? Like, what's the Breath of the Wild? It's just about the gameplay. Which sucks, because I feel like the other 3D Zelda games were like, the name was significant. Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, Tears of the Kingdom. All of them, all the 3D Zeldas are significant. But then Breath of the Wild was kind of just like, oh, hey, we're even admitting that this game is more about the gameplay than the story. So, like, let's just talk about, like, the main theme of this game.
That the Sheikah chose designs to honor these ancient sages, who had fought alongside the king in the earliest recorded conflict with the Demon King. Now each possessing a secret stone, the group of 6 individuals swear to serve Raru, the 7th, and are each granted the title of Sage. This group, the Seven Sages, represents the most powerful individuals in Hyrule at the time, save for the Demon King himself. If there was any force that could stop him, this was it. On the evening before the sages plan to confront the Demon King, Zelda and Rauru speak in private. The princess reveals the truth of the events that led to her ending up in the past. She had found a man underground. Now that she has seen Ganondorf transformed by the power of the Secret Stone, she realizes the man underground was Ganondorf, who had lived on through the ages all the way up until the present day. She believes that the battle tomorrow will not end in victory. She has already seen its outcome, and she knows that they will fail to stop the Demon King. Rauru admits that Zelda may be right, but that it is his duty as king to try and protect his people. He blames himself for Ganondorf's ascension. Like he had told Zelda in the throne room, he had known of the Gerudo King's evil nature for a long time, but failed to stop him. Rauru says that should they fail tomorrow, then their last line of defense will be Link, Zelda's knight, who carries the legendary blade of Evil's Bane, and will meet Ganondorf in the far future. He believes that the future Zelda knows was one where she had never appeared in the past.
We're getting closer to that
and
part.
there
I'm
was a
wondering what's
reason
gonna
that
get
Zelda was
revealed.
sent back to this time.
Yeah, we were
The
talking
following
about
day,
a lot
the
of Zelda
Alliance
stuff
tracked
last night.
Ganondorf down to the depths in the north of central Hyrule, and in an underground chamber, they face the Demon King. They outnumber Ganondorf 7-1, 7 secret stones against Ganondorf's own. All reason suggests that they should be victorious, but Ganondorf's power was beyond anything they could have imagined. The Demon King breaks each and every
Oh, they're playing the
sage.
Ocarina
His
of
gloom,
Time
just like it
endgame
had done in
music.
Zelda's time, decays their weapons in their hands and burns their bodies with dark magic. Zelda's fears had come true. Despite their power, Rauru's alliance had failed to stop Ganondorf. Rauru, seeing no other option, commits himself to one.
Yeah, the songs are
act
perfect. His
against
music usage
He
is
closes his
incredible.
eyes, takes a deep breath, and begins to focus his power. Seeing this,
Remind me to ask you
the
something
sages
later?
launch
Okay, I'll try
another
my best.
attack. They hurl their weapons towards the Demon King, who dodges and parries each of them.
I love this
with
part
ease.
so much.
Zelda, weak and injured, uses her time powers to recall
Now
the
rewind.
weapons back towards Ganondorf, but he'd seen this power before through the eyes of his phantom Zelda. He turns back towards Rauru, ready to end the fight, but Rauru isn't there.
They're distracting
the King of
him.
Light uses the same trick Ganondorf had used to kill
But he
Sonya.
doesn't know about
Zelda's
teamwork
recall
because
attack
he's a
was
lonely
distraction,
loser.
allowing him to move behind the king unseen. Time seems to slow as Rauru closes the distance, his right arm glowing with his power of light, strengthened by his
This
secret
part's so
stone.
epic.
With sacred force,
The
he
music in this
strikes
scene was
Demon
so
King in
good.
the center of his chest.
This is one of my
forming a
favorite
seal
parts in
that
the
would
game.
bind him for millennia. Ganondorf knows exactly what Rauru has done and what it will mean. He laughs, saying that thousands of years will pass in the blink
I
of
love
an
the
eye.
dialogue
The
in this
seal
part
only
too.
delays the
Their
Demon King's
dialogue here is so
inevitable return.
great.
But Rauru answers with
Yes.
hope. Because of Zelda, he
This
knows that
part
when
of the
seal
music, the
breaks,
fact he's playing the music from
swordsman
this scene
who
says a
wields the
lot
Master Sword will
of how
face him.
he didn't want to touch
Ganondorf
it and
spits
change
his
it
final words in this
because
tongue.
it's too
He
good.
says Link's name and that he looks forward to their meeting.
Oh, this part's so
Rauru and
powerful.
Ganondorf freeze in
This
place.
part gave me so
The
many
light
goosebumps
fades
when
from
I
their
first saw it.
eyes, and the maelstrom of sacred energy erupting from the King of Light slows into a glacial coil. It seems that Raru's seal on Ganondorf works in a similar way to the Shrines of Light, structures built by Sonya and himself to seal away monsters that had threatened his kingdom. The foundation of this seal is Raru's power of light, a direct counter to Ganondorf's own dark magic. The imprisoning war is over, the King of Darkness is sealed, and the King of Light with him.
Being great.
I wish I saw your gameplay. Yeah, same. I wish a lot of people saw it. but I
The
understand
parent
everyone was
remained
playing
here,
it.
petrified for thousands
I
upon
was
thousands of
freaking
years
out
in what
over
became known as
everything.
the imprisoning chamber.
But it's always there
To
on the
ensure
channel,
that
so if
king's
anyone ever
magic
wants to see
held,
it.
the Hylians constructed a new castle directly on top of this sacred site. This was built to be the new seat of the royal family, Raru's descendants, but more importantly, it was a fortress designed to protect the seal from disturbance.
That's
The castle
crazy.
became the literal heart of the kingdom, not only located in the very center of Hyrule, but critical to its survival. Raru's strength contained the Demon King's powers.
It's
but
this
not
music.
entirely. As strong as this seal was,
Dang, this song's
Ganondorf
good.
was
What is this
stronger.
from?
His hatred seeped out from his chest in thick, red fog. Deep below Hyrule's surface, the sheer force of his rage boiled like the heart of a volcano for millennia, until it erupted into Calamity Ganon, emerging from
Okay, so that
directly below the
confirmed
castle.
this. Okay.
This monstrosity
So that
was
is from
defeated,
that.
however, by a
So
princess
Calamity
of
Ganon
Hyrule.
happened because of what happened in the past, but because of the future that came to the past to happen, the plan that made the future into the past to the future.
And a warrior wielding the soul of a hero, but not forever. Raru's seal imprisoned Ganondorf himself, but he had unknowingly trapped Hyrule into a terrible cycle. Every 10,000 years, the
Wait, I gotta pay attention to this part. What Zelda songs did I use in my stream of Zelda? What Zelda songs did I use in my stream of Zelda? Oh, like my outros? I used the Kogera Wind Temple battle when you fight Kogera. I used Master Koga when you fight him, because that's also fire. I used Lookout Landing, the first version of it. I used the Hyrule Castle when you're at Hyrule Castle. And that's it, if I'm not mistaken. I could just type them out. But hold on, let me pay attention to this part, because it's hard for me to focus on two things sometimes. I don't want to miss this part.
A warrior wielding the soul of a hero, but not forever. Raru's seal imprisoned Ganondorf himself, but he had unknowingly trapped Hyrule into a terrible cycle. Every 10,000 years, the Demon King's hatred would manifest as a calamity, claw its way out from below Hyrule Castle, and try to burn the kingdom.
Wow, okay, this is heading
Calamity was
towards...
formed from malice, which differed from gloom. Gloom appears to be the direct, dark magic of Ganondorf himself, while malice instead seems to be a physical manifestation of his unstoppable rage.
Okay.
This happened time and time again, right up to the ancient Calamity, 10,000 years before Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
The foe defeated with the help of the divine beasts. Interestingly, this calamity appears to have been repelled not by a Hylian link, but a hero from a different race entirely.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. Huh? Interesting. Okay, that's something I didn't know. That's why he looks like that. I always wondered why they drew Link like that. And people even mentioned that too, but I didn't know it had significance.
The ancient hero's aspect.
What the heck? What is that? Now, if it wasn't for me going on Google and randomly seeing this right here on Google randomly, I would have been jump scared by whatever the heck this is and not even know what this was from, but I kind of saw this before. I didn't know this had significance. What the heck is this? Oh! 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 That ancient hero. Someone mentioned that in chat like weeks ago, and I didn't know what they were talking about. I'm so glad I like put it at the back of my head, because oh, that's who the ancient hero is.
A hero from a different race.
Wait, whoa, whoa,
the
whoa.
ancient hero's aspect, granted to Link for completing all of Raru's Shrines of Light, transforms Link into the ancient hero, the warrior shown on Impa's tapestry. This hero wears Zonite armor, which would have been incredibly ancient in this time.
What in
but
the
he
world?
doesn't seem to be a Zonite. His ears are much smaller, and his skin is more green.
That's such a scary...
He also has red hair and a tail, neither of which are present.
What in the world?
Whatever the truth about this ancient hero is, his victory was immortalized in legend, setting the stage for the most recent emergence of
What in the world? And they react to it?
Ganon. This ancient calamity caused a split in the Sheikah tribe when their technology was banished by a fearful king. Most fled into the arms of their goddess Hylia, but others grew to hate the kingdom that had punished them.
Oh,
The
okay.
ancestors of those who would form the
Oh,
Yiga
that's where
clan.
the Yiga clan comes in.
10,000 years later, the calamity struck again.
Okay, so
Ganon
there's another part. So we have the War of Hylia, and now we even have the ancient hero with the calamity. That's another one entirely. For some reason, I thought the calamity story in Breath of the Wild that Impa tells you about, I thought I was telling you about the calamity that Link faced 100 years ago, and when they lost. But it's talking about a different calamity, even before that one. Now the question is, did that ancient hero win that one? The one that the one he fought before Link's first calamity loss. Did that ancient hero win? Because I don't remember like what it
used
said
Sheikah
about it.
tech to build temporary bodies, like the Blights. When it's fought in Hyrule Castle, it bursts from a cocoon, where it had been desperately trying to form a new body, and was forced to fight Link in an incomplete state. Given that Ganondorf's actual body was sealed deep underneath the castle, the calamities that emerged on the surface seemed to be desperate, subconscious attempts to create a new one outside of the seal, appearing again and again throughout history until the most recent one managed to weaken Raru's hold. It seems that the Great Calamity was the most destructive of all calamities.
Okay.
Ganon occupied Hyrule Castle for 100 years, and the ancient structure fell into ruin. Though the beast was eventually destroyed by Link and Zelda, the damage to the castle was severe enough to disturb the seal it was built upon. Raru's hold on the Demon King weakened ever so slightly, but this was enough for Ganondorf to begin building his power once again. So even though the princess and the hero had ended the calamity, their kingdom wasn't yet free. Gloom began seeping from deep below the castle, poisoning.
Oh, so yeah, like still had
This,
consequences.
in turn, caused Link and Zelda to investigate.
It's
and
like he's so
prepare
powerful that
the
even when you just
tunnels that
stop
lead
one
to the
thing, it just
imprisonment
won't
chamber,
stop
eventually
overflowing.
stumbling onto Hyrule's oldest secret.
He's just so powerful.
After so many thousands of years, Ganondorf has withered. His ancient skin pulled
I love
tight
this
with
song so
sinewy
much.
muscle and dry bone. But Raru has fared worse. All that remains of the King of Light is his sealing hand, complete with his secret stone hanging from his wrist. As soon as Link and Zelda enter the imprisoning chamber, Raru's hand lets Ganondorf go. It's as if he had been desperately holding on with the very last of his strength, and let go once he sensed the arrival of Zelda and the swordsman she had promised would defeat the Demon King. The secret stone that Zelda picked up was Raru's light stone, only when she touches it, it changes to
The
reflect
time
power
one.
of time.
He
This
explained why.
substantially boosts an ability she doesn't even know she has.
Yes, this is what I
to the
said.
level where, when she falls, she's able to
Subconsciously warp to the distant past. But she has a
When the
very
seal
powerful
breaks,
time power.
Ganondorf sends
And when
gloom
usually when it's an
upwards.
emergency, you're in fiction, I feel like their bodies always react to activate their powers when in a desperate situation. That happens a lot in fiction.
pushing an ornate Zonai pillar. This, in turn, lifts Hyrule Castle, opening a great chasm and once again seizing the kingdom's capital as a trophy. Again, this castle was built in this place to protect this seal,
Oh, but then it
and
rolls up.
now it's been forcibly moved, like a cork from a bottle of incredibly angry champagne.
That's hilarious. I've seen that comment before I watched the video. That's where they got that from. That's just hilarious. That's a hilarious metaphor. Life or death situation is usually the biggest push you'll need. Yeah. Getting close to where it gets to me.
But Zelda's journey in the distant past hadn't ended with Raru's sacrifice, of course. Though this was the event that would eventually set the entire plot in motion, Zelda remained stuck in this time after this, with Sonia dead and Raru sealed. Even before the showdown with Ganondorf, she understood the truth of her situation. By travelling back through time, she had entered a time loop. In the distant past, she helped create the very situation that led to her travelling back in the first place. But why? There must be a reason, some purpose for her to fulfill in the distant past. Zelda stands in the Temple of Time on the Great Plateau, alone. She thinks of Raru's sacrifice, of his promise that Link would meet Ganondorf in the future. But she knows how this future will play out. Even after so many years of imprisonment, the Demon King will still be too strong. His gloom will break the Master Sword and critically injure Link. For a brief moment, Zelda despairs and admits to herself that she doubts that Link will be strong enough to defeat him. Suddenly, Zelda's secret stone glows. Something calls to her, and she steps outside of the temple's back door, out onto the long southern pathway. At the end, she discovers a glowing golden orb. Her stone shines again as her time powers surge, and the decayed Master Sword appears before her. What remains of the Blade of Evil's Bane after the attack in the far future.
I love how it plays Skyward
The sword
Sword's music
pulses
here.
with a blue light as Fi speaks to the princess.
Fi.
Fi is known as the voice
Fi.
of the sword, the spirit created by the goddess Hylia in a distant age. Fi is, in essence, the consciousness of the Master Sword, designed to serve the hero who wields it. After Demise's defeat at the end of Skyward Sword, she had lain dormant, but could still communicate to those with sacred powers, like Zelda during Breath of the Wild. At the end of that game, when Zelda's long struggle to save her kingdom had ended, she claimed that she was no longer able to hear the voice within the sword, a sign that her sacred powers were fading, and that she was no longer bound to the path that destiny had chosen for her.
That's
Now
right.
that her kingdom needs her strength once again,
Oh.
her powers return, and she's able to hear the voice.
I
Fi
forgot
assures her
about that. She
in
said
the
that.
future, Link survived.
So there was a
Link
significance. It's funny because me and my brother found this amazing, like with the sword talking, but I didn't even realize that Zelda had said that in Breath of the Wild. I completely forgot about that. So this was a very significant moment.
King's attack, and claims that the Master Sword has travelled back through time to reach Zelda and recover its strength. Finally, she understands her purpose, to heal the blade with her power of light, to become the weapon with which Link will defeat the darkness. King Raru was sealed below the ground, but the other sages had survived the battle. One by one, Zelda travels to each of them and warns them of the future. She tells the Rito, Zora, Goron, and Gerudo sages about Link, and how, in the distant future, he will face the Demon King when the seal breaks. She knows that he will not be able to defeat Ganondorf by himself, and so asks each sage for their support, that their descendants would awaken as a new generation of sages, to fight alongside her knight. Each sage not only promised Zelda this, but also to leave their secret stones in the safety of their temples. where they could eventually be recovered by their distant descendants.
Just the right crunch to silence the Sunday scaries.
Zelda also visits Minoru, the Sage of Spirit, who was terribly injured from the confrontation with the Demon King, and explains how the decayed Master Sword arrived from the future. She remembers how, when she discovered Ganondorf's body, even the tiniest sliver of the Blade of Evil's Bane had been able to cut the Demon King's flesh and boil his blood. If the sword had been stronger, it would have been a weapon that could oppose him, a sword to seal his darkness. Zelda tells Minoru what the Deku Tree had said, that the Master Sword can absorb sacred power, to not only heal itself, like it had done for a century before Breath of the Wild, but grow indefinitely stronger. Because Zelda not only possessed time powers, but also the same sacred light powers that Rauru had wielded, she could pour this light into the blade. Minoru estimates that it would take centuries for the blade to become strong enough. There would be no way for Zelda to provide the blade with her sacred power for long enough, except for the forbidden act, draconification. Minoru objects.
This song is
If she goes through
perfect.
with this, she will never be able to return to her original self. She would lose everything that makes her her. Her body, mind, and soul would be lost. But Zelda understands this. She knows just how terrible this sacrifice will be.
It's amazing how these are from different games, but they match
This is
the
why she was
documentary so
sent back.
perfectly.
How she can turn the tides in Link's favor. She must restore the Master Sword to
There's
its
like a
original
cohesion with all the
strength
music in
and
Zelda.
beyond,
It's amazing.
and deliver it into the hands of her chosen knight.
The Chosen Knight!
Minoru sees
He's the
Zelda's
chosen
determination
one.
and concedes. She says that, as a Zonai, she shares the blame for these events. After all, it was a Zonai secret stone that had amplified Ganondorf's powers to such terrifying heights. She, too, commits herself to saving the future and puts her faith in Link. As the Sage of Spirits, she also controlled one of Hyrule's temples, the Spirit Temple, found in the depths below the Faron region. The Spirit's Temple was found only a short distance from the construct factory where she had experimented with building vessels for her spirit, but her secret stone was housed in the safety of the temple itself. Together with Minoru and the other sages,
Music is very vital to setting the tone and mood for the scenes. 100%. I will not stop saying this. There was somebody that had the nerve to say that music is the least important aspect of a video game, and I couldn't disagree enough. In fact, that was an insult to me. I think music is actually the most important aspect to a video game, because some music could tell a story. I mean, for crying out loud, the end game itself could be... I almost want to make a video just talking about why the end game of Tears of the Kingdom and its musical storytelling, along with just the gameplay storytelling, like, it was all told through music, tension, and gameplay. No dialogue. Music has such a powerful thing, especially in video games, with how, like, not even just in video games, but I can't believe someone could even say that. Because it's like, music... I mean, look at the way Toby Fox uses music. There's so much things you could do with music, and regardless if you're even using it in like a progressive way, like, oh, like the build up towards Ganondorf in this game, or like similar to how Undertale uses music, even if you're not using it that way, music has such a big impact on a lot of the scenes that we love from video games, and what causes, like, it's all part of one package. Like, music, like, imagine if all your favorite moments in video games had no music. Like, that's crazy that someone would think that. Music is what sets everything. It's like this is the best way to describe it. Music adds the color to your vision. You have a vision, that's your scene that you wrote for your video game. The music paints that. and puts color all over it. There you go.
Zelda lays the foundations for another plan to help Link in the future, the raising of the Sky Islands. The Chamberlain's tablets mention that they were a first-hand witness to the lifting of the Temple of Time, which, under Zelda's instruction and the power of the sages, was raised skyward so that it, and the surrounding area, could become a sanctuary for Link to recover in after the attack. The area directly north of the Temple of Time, originally known as the Garden of Time, was raised with it. The Chamberlain's tablets were also lifted into the sky, so that Link could eventually uncover the history of this ancient royal family. With the plans for the future decided, Zelda and Minoru say their final goodbyes, and reach the point of no return. The princess returns to the platform at the back of the Temple of Time, which is still on the Great Plateau. This shouldn't be the case. The Chamberlain's tablets describe Zelda as working with Minoru to raise the temple and the Garden of Time, yet it is still found on the surface during Zelda and Minoru's farewell. It could instead be the case that the temple and surrounding land was raised by the sages sometime after this point under Zelda's instruction, but the timeline of these events is slightly unclear.
Interesting. So that's a part that's a little
Zelda
weird.
stands on the platform, holding her Purapad. Minoru has already separated her spirit from her body, and instead chooses to house herself within the device itself, where she can remain until the distant future to assist in the final battle. The Purapad is given to a steward construct.
I just noticed this is after she's like dying in her chair, so that's like implying she died shortly after. That's really sad. I never really thought about that. I love the songs of Zelda, so without the songs it would not be the same. 100% agreed. Even a story with no dialogue, but only the scene and music can be so moving. Music alone can make people smile and or cry. It's not just a sound, but emotion as well. It gives the scene emotion. Exactly. That's why some people don't realize the power of silence. But not also just... It could work in two ways. Silence as in there's no sound and no dialogue, but also there's silence, but then the music tells the story along when the scene is playing out. It's a big reason why I say silent protags are a kind of dying art form, because I do believe that the reason Legend of Zelda complements Link as its protagonist is the fact that it speaks through its music and its silence. It uses these different things to tell a story, so I feel like that's why Link as the protagonist of this series works so well.
Safekeeping, with instructions to deliver it into
Okay,
Link's
it's the light
hands.
dragon.
Zelda, however, could not separate spirit from flesh. She had only one way to reach the future and provide assistance to her hero, by sacrificing her very self. Looking down at the shattered Master Sword, Zelda promises once more to restore it, to transform it into the weapon that will defeat the Demon King. She tears her secret stone from her neck and braces herself. She may be trapped in another time, but she was still her Hyrule's princess. Like Rauru had said, it was her duty to give everything to protect it. She swallows the stone and the sky darkens. What she had just done was wrong. An act so terrible that the Zonai had forbidden it.
Oh, it's actually
She would
something
never
bad.
die. She would endure forever as a being beyond her understanding, all to protect her kingdom, her people, and her Link. For a second, nothing happens, until a golden light explodes.
This was a
from her
disturbing
chest.
scene to watch.
Racked with an agonizing pain, she reaches out with shaking hands and grabs the Master Sword, and clutches it close to her chest. She is terrified. She has brought an overwhelming power upon herself, a power that would strip her of everything. In her final moments, she again calls out to Link.
Protect them all!
A gigantic
that voice
stream of
acting was
light
so
rushes
not good.
outwards, completely swallowing the princess. The same light that had appeared when she had used her sacred light powers against the calamity.
Everyone should play
The
this
4
game in
remaining
Japanese, it's way
sages can
better.
only watch from near the castle as Zelda is consumed, and a dragon emerges from the light. As it winds its way up into the sky, the light dragon roars, a terrible, heartbreaking cry. Zelda's golden hair has transformed into the dragon's mane, and the Master Sword itself is fastened onto her forehead. Though Zelda's eyes have been twisted by the power of the Secret Stone, they show that some part of the princess's consciousness lives on. As the dragon ascends, it weeps, and its great tears rain down across the kingdom. It twists through the clouds, then vanishes. Zelda is gone, and only the light dragon remains. The light dragon roamed above the clouds for thousands and thousands of years. All the while, Rauru and Ganondorf remained sealed below the castle. It lived as Hyrule rose and fell and rose again, as calamities emerged and were repelled time after time. At many points throughout Hyrule's history, this would mean that there were 2 Zeldas alive at the same time. Whatever princess of Hyrule was born on the surface, and the light dragon, hidden far above the clouds. This dragon existed even during the Great Calamity, when a younger version
Okay, so
of
it does
itself,
explain when
the
that she
princess
was
who would
there.
become the dragon, fought to defend Hyrule against Ganon's malice. For ages beyond count, the Master Sword was bathed in the Light Dragon's sacred power. The scars of the Demon King's wounds were healed, restoring the blade first to its original strength, then beyond. Zelda's sacrifice meant that the blade would absorb enough power that Ganondorf could never break it again.
Oh, that makes more sense, because I'm wondering, why does it only break in this game? I feel like in other games it never breaks. Like, I like how they make it make sense of like, oh, what... You see how they perfectly add weapon durability to this part of the series, but it also has reasoning behind it as far as like why the Master Sword itself even breaks?
For much of Hyrule's history, 2 Master Swords existed. We don't know anything about the whereabouts of the blade during the distant past, but at some point between this time and the present day, it must have appeared, in order for it to be used by the hero during the ancient calamity, and for it to be enshrined
so there's
in
double
the
of
Forest
everything.
before Breath of the Wild. And all the while, the same sword, just at a different point in its timeline, was stuck in the head of the Light Dragon far
That's
above.
crazy.
At some points during these many ages, a new Temple of Time
Okay, but
was
when does it mention
constructed
the
on
other
Great
Zelda
Plateau,
games?
one closely resembling that found in Ocarina of Time, while the original remained above the clouds.
Wait, go
That
back.
new Temple of Time was constructed on the Great Plateau, one closely resembling that found in Ocarina of Time, while the original remained above the clouds, forgotten. Zelda's draconification brings the other dragons into question. Dinral, Nadra, and Farosh are the servants of the springs, described as ancient spirits who took the form of dragons. Minoru stresses that the consumption of a secret stone to cause draconification is strictly forbidden, a legend passed down by her people. So there is precedent for ancient Zonai having swallowed secret stones and become eternal dragons.
Interesting.
Terrible sacrifice.
But they're named after the
Dinral,
3
Nadra, and Farosh
goddesses.
in particular seem to have been worshipped by the Zonai, represented by the Ember, Frostbite, and Charged robes, said to have been used in ancient rituals. Their faces are notably different to the Light Dragons, with much longer ears and hair like Raru's. Perhaps they were ancient
Oh,
Zonai,
shoot.
long before Raru's time, who made the forbidden
Which makes me
sacrifice.
think, like, what if that in itself is for a future Zelda game we haven't played? Like, what? Because we still have to know about all the Zonite from the past, and, like, where do they tie in with Goddess Hylia? Like, I'm wondering if that's very important, and they're gonna go into that.
With the full story of the imprisoning war complete, we can return to the murals found just below Hyrule Castle.
I'm still wondering
These were
where it
obviously
says,
built
like, at what point it says that the other Zelda games took place in between. There's only 3 minutes left. Where does it say that all the Zelda games take place in between her flying?
sometime after the war ended, to immortalize Hyrule's history and to act as a warning for what lurked in the next chamber. Again, Link and Zelda eventually encounter murals showing the Zonai's original descent to the surface, Rauru and Sonia founding Hyrule, Ganondorf killing Sonia and taking her secret stone, and the Demon King leading his armies against Hyrule. But there were 3 more murals hidden under piles of stone. This can eventually be cleared by Link at the very end of the game, revealing the story's conclusion. First, a mural depicting Rauru and the 6 sages, complete with their secret stones facing off against the Demon King. Notably, Princess Zelda herself is depicted here, even though these murals existed long before Zelda ever traveled to the past.
Exactly.
The next murals
This is what I said. It's the fact it was always there. He even says it in the beginning of the video. It was always there, and Zelda's even there even while they're looking at it. They just don't know it's her. And this is even before, like, they get to Ganondorf. It was always meant to happen. It didn't pop up after, it was just there the whole time. That's why the game even reveals it, like, you reveal it to yourself later. That's why it has such an impact, because it's like, oh, this was always meant to happen.
And finally, we see her sacrifice.
And in a way, the reason it was always meant to happen is because it's like it already happened even before you're seeing it, because that's how a time paradox works. Like, the reason it's already there is because it already have happened. Like, there was never a different version of this mural. It's just it was always there because it happened already, even though you're seeing it happen after the fact.
Climbs into the heavens, with the Master Sword buried in its head. Zelda's story is a time loop. She had always traveled back to the past to set these events up. She was always involved with Ganondorf's imprisonment, even before she claimed
that's why the dragon thing.
This is the reason that Ganondorf already knows Link and Zelda's
It's so good.
Even at the beginning of the game, before we see her,
that's so fire.
It's already happened.
Exactly, that's exactly what I said.
Written. The ink is dry. Like the great calamity that brought Zelda's Hyrule to its knees, the imprisoning war was a tragedy. The young kingdom had lost its beloved.
This video made me realize how good this story
Zelda
is.
sacrificed herself to an eternal solitude in the sky.
It all makes sense.
Everything rested on the shoulders of a warrior in the distant future.
And the fact there's a part 2! I almost forgot there's a part 2. Oh, it came out almost on my birthday. I wish I knew about this before my birthday. Well, I would have had to beat the game. Oh, that video was so good. That video was 10 out of 10. That's going in my best of all time playlist. I actually have a playlist of, like, best videos of YouTube. That's going straight in there. Yeah, we're watching part 2 now. Sorry, we gotta watch part 2 now. This was amazing. We'll take like a little break in between, but we'll watch it today on this stream. Did you not see the part? No, I knew about part 2, but I just completely like I was so into this video, I forgot there was even a part 2. But it's like, I knew before I watched it, but it's like, I got so into it, I thought it was gonna be the end, I was gonna get sad, and the fact there's more is even more exciting. Oh man, should we watch it now, guys? Should we watch it now? You guys wanna watch it now? React to it together? You had a question? Yeah, she already asked me in Discord. Yeah, I already answered it. But yeah, thanks for the reminder. Thank you, thank you. Okay, before we go to the next video though.
When you get your next
No, it's okay. I'll read Discord. Part 2 goes into Link's side, yeah. I had already told you when he was talking about Zelda brings a dragon, being a dragon for 100,000 years. There was different events. So wait, okay, that was basically what I was gonna ask about. Are you saying that the part when I mentioned... Okay, so let's put it together simply. The part that talks about Ancient Hero, right? That's during the time when Zelda's flying and before leading up into Breath of the Wild, right? This part right here, was it saying, like, you know how I said that Hyrule was like a seal, the castle was a seal, and then all these generations, and then the ancient hero? Was that, when it mentioned all those years, including the Calamity, was it also including just other Zelda games in general?
This hero wears Zonite armor, which would have been incredibly ancient in this time, but he doesn't seem to be a Zonai. Or tree was in of Ganon. The technology was banished by, but others formed the Yiga. 10,000 years later to build temporary bodies, like the blood, where it had been incomplete. Subconscious attempts to create history that the Great Calamity was the most for the beast was eventually...
I just thought the video itself was gonna confirm it and say like, oh, other Zelda games took place between this time, but it doesn't really say it.
Destroyed and the seems
that's, if you're wondering why I'm having such a problem with things, it's because I don't like when things are a theory. I want things to be said outright. He doesn't ever say like, oh, he just says generations past, but he doesn't necessarily say the other Zelda games. He just says there's calamities, there's the ancient hero, and then there's Breath of the Wild. I want to see him actually say the other Zelda games happen. There's really no confirmation of that here. That's the only reason I'm iffy about this part. Because it's like, it doesn't necessarily say that. And just because certain Zelda games happened in between, it doesn't mean all of them happened in between. No, nothing really confirms that. Because it's like, what makes us think all of them happened? It could have just been some of them. Then Tears of the Kingdom happened. And then another Zelda game happened after that. Like, we don't really know for sure. Either way, whether it be Tears of the Kingdom, all is before, or all of it is before all the Zelda games except Skyward Sword, it would be cool. Or if it's that only the past were Zelda games, either way is really cool. But I just feel like it never really says it. Bum, 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 bum. When something does not add up? No, yeah, but that's how it works. When something's in a lore, I want it to make sense. If it doesn't make sense, it's not confirmed. It needs to be 100% confirmed for me to put it in my brain as that's the lore, that's how it's gonna be. And, you know, because then if it's not, it's misinformation. I want it to be, like, confirmed. At this point, I don't think I confirmed to myself that it's where you were telling me it was saying, because he doesn't necessarily say the Zelda games take place. He just says generations happen. Now, that did confirm to me that there could be multiple Zeldas, Ganondorf, and Link's. I do feel that way. Because he did say how the dragon was still up there. He mentioned how, like, there's different calamities happening, even though Ganondorf is still down there, which proves that different Ganondorfs could happen, maybe? I wouldn't see, I'll be honest, that part's a bit shaky, because I don't see how there could be a Ganondorf and other Ganondorfs could happen. I think Ganon's could happen, but then even then, I feel like not really, because he really said calamities. Why would it be a calamity all these times, and then there'll be Ganon's too? Because Ganon has to still be the physical, like, Ganon. That's like, you know, Calamity is just a malice. Ganon is the actual, like, personification of the character, whether it's Ganon or Ganondorf. Like, either one, it has to be, like, the actual character. I think for Ganondorf, it can't be several Ganondorfs, though I think there could be several Zeldas. And Links, because of the fact what he said, that there was a Zelda in the sky, and then there was the Zelda... I don't know. That part is a little shaky. I still don't kind of know what happens, if that's true or not. I did follow everything else, though. As far as what was in the video, I followed everything. But as far as that part, he never really said that. It kind of was just like saying there was generations in between that time, but it never necessarily said which games and stuff. So I don't know for sure about that. We would have to look deeper into that. But as far as this video explaining the whole Komei TOTK, explaining how, like, the ancient hero, the time where she was flying, that was interesting. I told you this, why there was more Zelda, Link, and Ganon. No, yeah, I understand what you told me. It's not really about what you told me. It's the fact that I watched the video and he didn't really explain any of that. He just said about that there was a time period from when he got sealed to when we see him again. And that's where Breath of the Wild and some of the calamities take place. But the calamities themselves are within the Breath of the Wild time period. That's not it's not chronicled in any of the games themselves, other than Breath of the Wild, the Breath of the Wild, the lore of the ancient hero, and then Tears of the Kingdom, Age of Calamity, things like that. There's another video that goes more. You see, that I would like to see. Because then if that's the case, I would like to see it. So it could go into that. In fact, I kind of want to keep watching these videos. Anyway, next video.
Have you heard?
If that's the case, I'm totally for it. I just want to hear him go into detail about it so I can understand it. But so far, he hasn't gone entirely into detail, so we'll just leave that on hold until I actually see him talk about the entire lore of the Zelda series. When he does, then I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm silly? I mean, I'm not silly. I'm just going based on what's being shown to me. If it's not showing me, then it's like I don't really know until I actually see it. As soon as it shows me, I'm gonna, like, accept it, and it's gonna be awesome. But I just don't. I didn't necessarily hear him say it yet. Actually, before I continue this, let me get a sweet. Let me grab a snack. Okay, I'm back. I got an ice cream cookie sandwich. It's so good. In fact, it's delicious. And I can't wait to eat it while watching this. So let's begin this awesome video journey. This is so good. It's like 2 cookies, chocolate chip cookies, sandwiched around vanilla ice cream. It's so good. And they're cold. Here we go. So simple yet so tasty, yes. That's exactly how I could describe it. And I love simple stuff. I'm not big on eating
Ganondorf's resurrection
too many.
changed Hyrule forever. The kingdom's princess and her chosen knight seemingly both disappeared on their expedition below the surface. Hyrule Castle itself was thrust into the sky, floating above a gigantic pit of gloom. The world shook and the earth split, opening up not only entrances to deep networks of caves, but chasms, like red wounds on Hyrule's surface, each a portal to the hellish depths below. And stranger still, floating islands appeared in the sky. Chunks of ancient stone rained down from above. This event became known as the Upheaval. A kingdom just barely beginning to rebuild was once again thrown into chaos. The re-emergence of Ganondorf's power affected Hyrule in different ways. The first, and most dangerous, was the return of his monsters in full force. Ganondorf's minions are stronger even than those who followed the Calamity Ganon. Each is equipped with a deadly horn, and rather than being scattered in small encampments, they begin to organize themselves into more dangerous groups. Pirates raid the coasts and rivers, and crude fortresses are built, controlled by powerful bokoblin leaders. The upheaval also marks the return of ancient terrors like the Gleeok, a mighty three-headed dragon. The Demon King's corrosive gloom also had the countrywide effect of decaying weapons. Just like the ancient sages' weapons during their confrontation, and the Master Sword itself, all blades across Hyrule are corroded by the substance. Worse still, the kingdom becomes once again trapped in the terrible cycle of the Blood Moon. Just like when the Calamity Ganon lurked in the castle, Ganondorf's power occasionally surges, summoning a cruel phenomenon where all of his slain monsters return to life. Hyrule is trapped in a war against the Demon King's never-ending armies, forced to defend their country with broken weapons.
I mean, if the volume's good, or it needs to be louder.
The breaking of the seal coincided with the appearance of Sky Islands all across Hyrule, all Zonai in origin. They are suspended by their magic and populated by constructs, their mechanical servants. Most impressive of all is the Great Sky Island, a gigantic landmass floating in the southeast of central Hyrule. These islands have existed somewhere in Hyrule's skies ever since the time of King Rauru. How they were hidden all this time, and why they appear now that Ganondorf has returned, is something of a mystery. We can only assume that this was all designed by the ancients as part of a greater plan. It's possible that, up until now, the Zonai's Sky Islands were obscured by the Cloud Barrier. This was a magical plane built by the goddess Hylia long before the events of Skyward Sword, in order to hide Skyloft and protect it from demise on the surface. The barrier renders anything above it completely invisible from the surface, and travel between the ground and sky is only possible after parts of the barrier are dispelled. Ruins rained down from the sky, which of course attracted the attention of Zelda's Zonai survey team. The group began investigating the Zonai relics.
This is one of my favorite
fact,
Zelda
in
songs.
particular,
This one
the
right here.
clear ring-shaped ruins that rained on Kakariko Village, which became the team's de facto base. The team noted the
Such a
sudden appearance
classic.
of glowing rocks, which they decided to name shrines, correctly identifying them as Zonai Shrines of Light, created by Rauru in the distant past. These appeared overnight. Nobody knows how or why, if they fell from the sky or emerged from the ground. With Link and Zelda mysteriously vanishing below the castle, a search and rescue operation was organized by Pura, based at Lookout Landing. Wanted posters were drawn up and pasted around, and search parties routinely scoured the castle for any sign of the missing pair. The giant Sheikah telescope from the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab was moved to central Hyrule, where it was pointed at the newly floating Hyrule Castle for observation. The upheaval had caused Hyrule to mobilize and focus its strength, desperate to solve its mysteries and defend themselves from its dangers. Their salvation would come from the skies. Link wakes in an unfamiliar cave, full of giant roots and old stone. It's unclear how much time has passed since the events in the imprisoning chamber, but it's likely not much more than a few weeks. He finds that his right arm, that had been terribly wounded by Ganondorf's attack, has been healed somehow. It now glows with a green light and is covered in an ornate brace. Not only had Rauru's arm caught Link from falling and hauled him up into the safety of the skies, it had fused with Link's lost limb. Through the arm, the King of Light speaks to Link, glad that the knight has woken up. He explains that Link's arm was beyond saving and needed replacing to stop the affliction from endangering him any further, as well as cryptically mentioning that he has heard a lot about the hero from Zelda. At this point, Link knows nothing about Zelda's fate. He knows that she fell into a crevice deep below the castle, but not that she ended up in the past. Rauru, of course, knows her story up until his confrontation with Ganondorf. He knows that she time-traveled to his era. Just nearby, Link finds the Master Sword, buried in roots. With his new arm, he draws the sword, but it's decayed. It has been ravaged by gloom, and half of the blade is missing. What little remains looks like it's been melted, and its sacred power has all but withered away. Regardless, with the sword on his back, Link leaves the Room of Awakening, makes his way through ancient Zonai tunnels, and out into broad daylight. He leaps from a podium and begins his first fall through the open sky. Injured, confused, but nonetheless determined, Link's adventure begins.
The Adventure of Link. That part's so awesome. That intro was so amazing. Oh, it cut. That was a nice transition there.
If you are here with us, give us a thumb.
How about you shut up?
After landing on the Great Sky Islands, breaking his fall in a deep lake, Link is greeted by a steward construct, which delivers to him the Pura Pad. This construct is the same one Zelda gave the device to just before she swallowed her secret stone, and has held it for thousands of years. This device still contains Mineru's spirit, though for the time being she's not able to communicate. And of course, it features a map function, which curiously shows Zelda's location as inside the Temple of Time. The construct describes this area as the Garden of Time, a site of ancient ceremonies surrounding the temple, now abandoned and forgotten. During Rauru and Sonia's time, this landmass was found on Hyrule's surface, evident from the presence of the Zonai Temple of Time that had originally been found on the Great Plateau, until it was raised by the power of the sages under Zelda's instruction, specifically to serve as a safe haven where Link could recover from the gloom. Link finds that Rauru's arm is able to activate Zonai locks, just like the ones the king opened in the past. He begins to explore the Great Sky Island, a sad, lonely place with seas of golden trees.
You're heading to bed, got a very early day. 3 a.m. Dang, it's 3 a.m. for you, it's still 10 p.m. for me. Thanks for the stream, good night. Good night, Biggie, thanks for stopping by.
To the Temple of Time, but he finds its door tightly locked. His arm glows, and Rauru's voice once again sounds out, and this time it's accompanied by his spirit. With no physical body remaining, the King of Light is forced to stand before Link as a spectre, and explains that the hero's right arm originally belonged to him. He claims that his arm should have the power to open the Temple of Time's door, like how it can open other Zonai locks, but that it must have lost some of its sacred light over the thousands of years it imprisoned Ganondorf. He directs Link to visit the Shrines of Light found on the island, the holy structures he had created long ago to seal and purify evil, sanctuaries filled with his own power. Link journeys across the Great Sky Island, finding and visiting 3 shrines. It seems that they no longer only serve their original purpose of warding away evil, they now house challenges for Link, which, just like the ancient Sheikah shrines from Breath of the Wild, are designed to train and temper him into a weapon capable of defeating evil. The light within each of them is enough to restore one of the abilities Rauru's arm has lost. Ultra Hand, the ability to move and manipulate objects, Fuse, the power to combine materials and weapons, and Ascend, the power to swim upwards through solid objects. At the end of each shrine, Link finds a statue of its creators, King Rauru and Queen Sonia, at the base of a spiral of sacred energy. Each shrine grants him a light of blessing, a crystal glowing with Rauru's power that purges the evil that still lurks within Link.
This feels like more of a review than revealing much, compared to the first video.
The strength he lost to the gloom. At various points on this lonely island, Rauru's spirit can be found quietly observing the remains of his Garden of Time. He watches the constructs, still quietly carrying out their duties after all this time, and finds it unsettling that they continue even now. For millennia, the constructs have continued to serve masters that no longer exist.
That's so dark.
And clean and protect the Sky Islands, entirely unaware that they are now the caretakers of.
That's really sad.
Some constructs have stopped working entirely and are now found broken and half
That's sad.
Ancient dust. Rauru notes that he had created the steward constructs first. And
Yeah, part 1 was definitely better.
That they each became
I feel like this is just showing us what we did. I think the first one hit harder because it was talking about the lore surrounding the game. This is the lore we've seen as players, so it's kind of just like a review. Shall we continue watching it, or shall we watch a different video? I want to see what are the chapters this goes into. The surface, what lies below, Puppet Zelda, regional phenomena, and the ending part. Are you doing okay, Chosen and crew? Yes. Make sure you eat and rest up. Yeah, I just ate. I'm good. MILFs? What?
He also claims that
you kind of slipped up with a random word there.
And rockets were the pinnacle of his technology. that with them, he built an advanced civilization that flourished for many years. At one point, the steward construct which had given Link the Purapad catches up with him to provide him with another tool, a Zonai energy cell. This can be fueled with crystallized charges, and then used to provide energy for nearby Zonai technology, allowing Link to use the machinery to his advantage. Raru's spirit stands and takes in the magnificence of the Temple of Time, and explains that this was once a quiet place, the silence only ever broken by the ringing of the time bell every morning and evening. Both the Zonai and their constructs woke and rested on the chimes of this bell, and it played a role in their traditions and ceremonies. The temple itself, and its time bell, were this place's beating heart. He also muses that, in his time, the Garden of Time was found not in the sky but on the surface, showing that he was not aware of Zelda's plan to lift the Temple of Time into the sky for Link to awaken there. However, it was Raru's hand that had caught Link and dragged him up into the sky. In the distant past, Zelda had warned Raru of the seal breaking and of Ganondorf's attack. So perhaps the two had always planned for the King of Light to take Link to the Room of Awakening after the Demon King's resurrection, but was unaware that it, and the Great Sky Island below it, would be lifted skyward by Zelda after the imprisoning war ended. Once Link has strengthened his arm with 3 lights of blessing, he's able to unlock the Temple of Time's door and enter the sanctuary.
Hot corners. I know just who gotta talk to.
I'm still mod on this account, you took it off my other. Yeah, that happened to everyone. I took mod status off everyone and then I just ended up giving it back to everybody. But I might take it off again for everyone at one point, because I have too many mods. We'll see. But I'm going to watch more of your streams since you're done with Zelda. You mean the current one that I'm doing right now, or?
Inside, he finds a room of spinning gears.
Oh, you mean in general? You mean like now that I'm done with Tears, future streams I do, you'll be able to come? Okay.
Zonai secret stone, glowing yellow, marked with the unmistakable symbol for time. Link touches the stone, and a blinding light.
Oh, that's right, yeah, since I'm done with this. Okay, yeah. I get what you mean.
He finds himself in a strange place, an illusory plane with endless fog in every direction, and the symbol for time projected in the air. In front of Link, Princess Zelda herself appears, her eyes closed and her hands cupped together. Behind her are the altar and spinning gears from the Temple of Time. Zelda holds out her right arm, and Link reaches up to grasp her hand in his. Immediately, Zelda glows a brilliant gold, a light which travels
wonder
down
why
her
he
arm,
sees her.
through her hand and into Link, whose right arm shines with the same light before it concentrates on the back of his hand and forms the symbol.
Oh, we get it right away.
Light brings Link back into the Temple of
So we get the first sage right from the beginning, I forget.
Raru's spirit appears to explain. Link's right arm now possesses,
and that's why we learn recall.
The same power used by Zelda.
I didn't even realize that's when we learned recall. I remember when I got it, I just thought, oh, this is where we get our final ability. I didn't even think it had significance. That's crazy that it does have significance. That's incredible. Because they don't really go into detail like all the different Zonai abilities. Like you have Ultra Hand and all this stuff. So I'm assuming those are things Raru could do, but they don't really go into detail like about that. But it just hit me like as far as one of them, recall, that one was emphasized when we met Zelda's spirit and we got that. So that's interesting. I never caught that. Like other Zelda games you play, I will watch you play since I beat them all since I'm the Legend of Aoi.
And Sonia, where an object can be traced backwards through time. Raru notes that this mysterious projection of the princess is a mystery even to him. One possibility is that, from the distant past, she was able to use her powers to create an echo through time. so that in some way she could reach Link and share her ability with him. She had stood in this same spot in the Temple of Time in the past, shortly after Rauru had sealed the Demon King. Of course, Zelda exists in the present too. Thousands of years ago, she performed the forbidden act of draconification in order to empower the Master Sword, transforming her into the Light Dragon. This stripped Zelda
The Legend of
almost
Shantae.
everything that made her her, dooming her to wander the skies, alone, forever. The Light Dragon is not mindless though. She's still aware of her purpose and her plan. She circles just behind the Temple of Time, so it's possible that she's able to project a ghostly image of herself and her secret stone through sheer force of will. Regardless of how she achieves it though, Zelda is powerful enough to share her ability to rewind time with Link, allowing him to manipulate the spinning gears and climb to the back of the temple. Here, a lone statue of the goddess Hylia
Legend of
sits in front of
Samus.
a colossal door. The hero places his hands onto the markings and pushes with all his might, but it's not enough. Raru's spirit explains that the door is a test of Link's vitality, and Ganondorf's attack has left him too weak to open it. However, there remains one more Shrine of Light on the Great Sky Island, found just above the Room of Awakening. Completing this shrine, which focuses on using the recall ability, grants Link his 4th Light of Blessing, which, just like Spirit Orbs in Breath of the Wild, can be offered at a goddess statue for a heart container or stamina vessel. Finally, with a tiny part of his original strength restored, Link is able to throw open the stone doors and step out into the back of the Temple of Time. Raru's spirit appears before Link one last time. Keeping Ganondorf sealed for thousands of years withered his strength. Now he passes the torch to Zelda's knight. He says that he is happy that he and Link finally met, and that he is exactly as Zelda said. With that, the King of Light's spirit disappears, fading into tiny particles that dance away on the wind. Link finds himself on a long, broken bridge, jutting out from the temple into the open sky. This bridge was originally a pathway out from the back of the Temple of Time, the very same spot where Zelda once stood in the distant past. But now that the structure is suspended in the air, it's considerably more dangerous, and the hero needs to make use of his arm's new abilities to reach the end. Here, Link is met with a strange, golden orb of light. When he reaches it, it causes the recall symbol on the back of his hand to glow. The orb pulses twice, and to Link's surprise, the Master Sword does the same. It glows and calls out twice, the voice of Fi, the spirit of the sword.
Bye.
Link holds the broken blade up to the light, the time bell chimes, and the Master Sword vanishes. Through an exceptionally powerful version of recall, the blade travels back through time, moving thousands upon thousands of years into the past, where it eventually reaches Princess Zelda. Zelda had called the Master Sword all the way from the distant past, opening a rift in time through which Link can send the blade using his own recall power. It doesn't seem like this was an intentional decision from Zelda. It's like her powers activated subconsciously, just like they had done when she first traveled through time to the past. The princess is more powerful than even she is aware of, and her deep strength can awaken when it is most needed. Zelda finally understands her purpose, but in the exact same spot, thousands of years in the future, stands Link, incredibly confused.
Incredibly confused.
In front of his eyes,
Question mark. Wait, was that him?
Roar echoes
It said that? I don't remember that.
The light dragon bursts through the clouds,
Wait.
scattering them and revealing the surface below. If the Sky Islands were originally
Wait. You're telling me That cutscene happened in the beginning of the game? I am so done. This game is so crazy. I don't even remember that. Wait. So when we started the game, I think in my mind, I just saw it as like, oh, it was just one of the 3 dragons from Breath of the Wild, and it just happened to show it just to like leave an impact, and then everything opened up. But I didn't even think. I don't even remember that.
It seems that the light dragon fully breaks it here. Opening
That
up the
was.
Kingdom of Hyrule
That's
to Link.
crazy.
Zelda's
That had
voice stands out,
significance. But
again, either as an
I didn't even remember that part. I'm going to boop you. No, but I don't. It's because I don't. You guys have to understand when you first play the game, you don't. When you see things, they don't have significance. Like, I played this game 2 months ago. What I was reacting to was the cutscene, the fact the clouds are opening up. When I see that dragon, I just think, oh, that's one of the dragons from Breath of the Wild. You don't know who that dragon is. You just think it's one of the dragons. You feel me? And then, you know, by the time you get to the end of the game 2 months later, you're not gonna remember stuff. I don't even remember there showing a dragon in the beginning. You only seen the game 1 time. So, like, I don't even remember that. That's been ages ago. So right now, like, this is crazy. I didn't even know they showed Zelda in the beginning. Oh.
From the light dragon herself.
Link. Link.
Bad voice acting. Bad voice acting.
We are trying really hard to get you Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, but there is only so much we can do here.
Making Link's goal clear. He must find his princess. Without fear, Link leaps from the Great Sky Islands and plummets towards the land below. Despite reaching terminal velocity, a lake is enough to break his fall, just like it had been when he fell from the Room of Awakening. He dries himself
I think I was
off,
asking you if I can use a
his
different account to start a new
and
game so I can
begins
see this
another
happen.
journey
Ah, I
through
see.
this familiar land, heading for Lookout Landing. People are stunned by his
So you could see the
arrival.
beginning of the
Link
game and
returns
compare
as
it
if
to
from
everything you
beyond
knew
the
already.
grave. Just as Hyrule once again collapsed
That is
into
so
chaos,
fire.
he had vanished, and yet here he is, defying death, having fallen from the skies like the gods of old. Outside of the main building, Link meets Joshua, a young apprentice working
Chelsea,
under the
what's up?
scientists Pura and Robbie. Though they've apparently never met, she immediately recognizes Link and calls for Pura, who bursts out of her study, disheveled and amazed. She listens keenly as the hero explains his story so far, ending with Zelda's voice mysteriously calling out to Link after the light dragon parted the clouds. Again, almost nobody surviving
Yeah,
the
exactly.
present day
I
is
mean, that's
aware of what has
understandable. You
happened
don't
to
know who
Zelda.
that is. You just think
Her
it's a regular
journey from the
dragon when
time
you
of
first see them.
Hyrule's founding is remembered
And then I
only
just don't
by
remember
ancient
that
relics,
scene,
like the
because it was such a
Chamberlain's
long time ago.
tablets or the murals, spirits
But they
such
do
as
that on
Maru,
purpose, so when you play the
Miru,
game again, it's like,
ancient sages,
whoa!
and the Demon
Mind
King
blown!
himself. Pura directs Link to Hyrule Castle, where the search party
I
has
love
continued
games
to
like
hunt
this so much.
tirelessly for the princess and
You have
her
no
hero.
idea.
With the castle
So
itself
freaking
suspended
cool.
in the air by a stone column that rises out of the Great Chasm, only a small amount of the structure is accessible to the search party, like the first gatehouse, the docks and the lockup, and multiple winding passageways that tunnel through the
Right when
stone
she gets the
beneath their
sword, a
feet.
dragon
One such
just pops
passageway
up.
leads all
Yeah,
the way
that's
south from the castle,
funny.
where it connects with
How it
Lookout
happens
Landing's
right after
emergency shelter,
the
a
first
secret
shadow.
hideout found beneath the new town that was once used by the Hyrulean royal family in times of danger. Before the town was built, this place was known as the Sacred Grounds, an incredibly important structure used in ceremonies, like the appointment of Link as Zelda's chosen knight. But now, the royal family are long gone, and their only surviving member, Zelda,
Oh, what
has
happened?
vanished.
Did I miss
The
something?
head of the search party is Captain Hoz, found atop the first gatehouse, peering fruitlessly into the Great Chasm. He's understandably shocked to find Link alive, but worries that Zelda...
Your mind just went,
still
oh, why, what happened?
Suddenly, a voice cries out. The princess has been spotted. Atop one of the castle's broken towers, Zelda stands, looking back at Link and the search party. Wordlessly, she looks to the skies, then begins to levitate, floating upwards until she vanishes in a flash of light. This is, of course, not Zelda. It's a puppet of Ganondorf, exactly the same magic he used in the distant past to try and assassinate Sonia. Link, however, is still only beginning to piece together what has happened since the upheaval, and the apparition spooks Captain Hoz enough for the search party to withdraw from the castle. Link reports back to Purah, who decides that they should change their approach to the problem and instead focus on research into the upheaval. To do this, she needs to finish
So right as she gets the sword, she turns to a dragon, and Link sees her dragon form. Yeah, what we were just saying.
Joshua pulls the switch, and
isn't that what we were saying?
Tower in all corners of Hyrule sends up a flare as it activates. The reason that Purah hadn't activated the towers earlier was that to actually produce the map of an area, they require someone to be launched into the sky above and manually scan the surroundings with the Purah pad. This isn't something...
It's crazy it happens right after too, because if she's getting the sword, that's the point she's about to do it. So it's literally right after. So there's even more significance why they show it, because it's literally the moment she does it. So it showing the dragon right after even makes more sense.
Launches him into the sky, where he scans the surroundings and sends the data back along a wire. Processed data returns.
If that's what you meant, then yeah, I get what you mean. Because we were just saying the fact that it shows the dragon, but it's the fact it's literally the moment she's about to turn to the dragon in the past, and then they show it. Both times. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I get what you mean.
In the distant past, Zelda had sown the seeds.
It's like it happened at the same time.
With the ancient sages
kind of crazy.
To awaken alongside Ganondorf. But when the Demon King had returned, he specifically targeted these regions, knowing that each...
It's as if time began in motion as soon as the sword went to her. Because even though like time is going, it's almost like the reason it happens at the same time is because it's like that needs to happen first before he sees it. So it's like it has to wait for him to put the sword for it to pop out there specifically, I guess. Yeah, exactly. I get what you're trying to say. Like, yeah, even though it already is supposed to happen, it happens at the right time it's supposed to happen. Because certain events still have to take place that are destined to happen. But until they happen, you won't see those things happen. So it's like, he puts the sword, then you see her pop out. It's perfect.
Stone that could be used
it's incredible.
And created monsters that would disrupt these areas and their people. Freeing these regions and awakening a new order of sages to fight the revived Demon King is the main focus of Link's quest.
When hunger comes along, you must dip it before Doritos chips are gone. You must dip it.
What in the world?
Purah's assistant, Joshua, is the head of
Dorito jump scare.
Responsible for studying the incredibly creepy underworld found at the bottom of the chasms that had opened up since the...
I love this music. I forget where it's from again.
From Hyrule since ancient times,
it's either Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword.
Together with Robbie, Link investigates the central Hyrule chasm, learning the use of light roots, connected to Raru's shrines of light above them, to illuminate the darkness. Research into the depths had only recently begun, but Joshua and her team have already made significant progress. They've begun
Twilight
to
Princess,
piece
yeah.
together a stone mural
So I did get
showing
it.
an ancient people who lived in the depths, the Zonai. The depths contain statues of Gorons, Zora, Gerudo, and Rito, the 4 non-Hylian tribes, but also these. with strange, somewhat frog-like heads and one fist in the air. These statues represent a fifth race during the distant past, one who lived and mined in the depths. It's implied that these people were the Zonai, but the statues look nothing like Raru and Minoru.
This is why my head hurts.
During the time of
Why?
Hyrule's founding. The statues could depict whatever race the ancient hero was. The face shape is similar, but the statues lack a tail. Perhaps they were a different type or class of Zonai.
Interesting. Yeah, we need a whole game about Zonai, another one.
Subterranean world.
This is not the end of Zonai, it can't be. There's too much going on here that we don't know about.
She completes this ancient mural, depicting Raru using a magical ability.
Read my last text? Okay. Read my last text. That was your last text.
One of the facilities the Zonai had used to process Zonite into energy. Curiously, all of the Zonai mines in the depths are situated directly beneath the locations of towns on the surface, and the central mine is no different. Although the Great Plateau is now in ruins, it was once the center of Raru's kingdom of Hyrule. It was where his Temple of Time and Hyrule Castle were found. As the old man states in Breath of the Wild, it was
Oh, you mean that one. Like when Link's asleep, Zelda's a dragon in different years and other stuff that happen on Hyrule. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to tell me here. Yeah, Link's asleep and Zelda's a dragon. That makes sense. That's during the time when she's a dragon, everything's happening. You're trying to word it right? Link's asleep, Zelda's a dragon in different years, and other stuff. Yeah, that's Breath of the Wild. Like, we already talked about the how Zelda's flying through the sky, and Breath of the Wild's events and the Calamity events are happening during that time. That's during when Link is asleep. Yeah, we talked about that. Why does it make your head hurt? What about that is like the weird part about it?
But now that the Zonai are gone, their minds are empty, abandoned by all but constructs and the spirits of the dead. But the central abandoned mine isn't abandoned anymore. During Breath of the Wild, Link was tasked with retrieving the Thunder Helm, a priceless artifact stolen from the Gerudo. It was stolen by the Yiga clan, a militant group of Sheikah whose ancestry traces back to the split in the tribe, when an old king had outlawed their advanced technology. Relatively recently, these shunned Sheikah began to worship Ganon, lurking in an old Gerudo shrine north of the desert. They were led by Master Koga, a bumbling yet lovable idiot who, during his showdown with Link, ends up defeating himself and falling down a seemingly bottomless
Koga's
pit.
so good.
But this wasn't
In Age
the
of
end
Calamity, I
Koga.
forgot about
This
that.
hole, it turns out, led to the depths. The Yiga Master survived and had discovered an entire new world. Over the next few years, the Yiga clan had expanded into the depths. They built strongholds and storerooms, and even began to experiment with ancient Zonai technology, building defense systems and vehicles with incredible names, like the Gloom Dredger or Hoverdoom Mark III. Master Koga commanded an almost godlike presence among the Yiga clan, but he himself worshipped a greater evil, Ganondorf. The Yiga clan had sworn allegiance to the Calamity Ganon over a century earlier, and now that the true threat had awoken, the fallen Sheikah once again gathered to support him, calling him the Magnificent One.
Ah,
Tear,
because
the
this is before he
Leader, live
actually
for
got up.
vengeance,
The calamity's
sworn
different.
to bring ruin upon Princess Zelda and her kingdom, and of course, to kill their greatest.
Okay, let's read this. So they're all asleep. Zelda's asleep in the sky. Link's been asleep in the cave. And Ganon is asleep for billion of years. So they're as they're asleep, other Links and Zelda was born, I assume you meant to say. Was born to stop the evil power of Ganon. Yeah, born. Was born to stop the evil power of Ganon being reborn over 100 years. So they're all asleep. Zelda's asleep in the sky, Link's been asleep in the cave, and Ganon is asleep for a bunch of years. So as they're asleep, other Links and Zelda was born to stop. Oh, you're saying during this is the part you're saying from before that during that time there's other Links and Zelda defeating Ganondorfs every 100 years. That's the part I'm not sure about because it's like I do think there could be multiple Zeldas and possibly Links, but I'm not sure if there could be multiple Ganondorfs. I do think there could be Calamity Ganon and the Ganon underground, but I don't think a Ganondorf can have two, because the whole point of Ganondorf is that he reincarnates into a different form. So like if it's him, like Calamity Ganon, they explain explicitly that's the wrath and like malice of the mice and Ganon. So like that's not really him. That's how powerful even his malice is. But him himself is still down there with Raru. That's the Ganon slash Ganondorf that we know. But I don't think when that's happening, I think at most Calamity could happen. But I don't think like an actual Ganon could happen, because that will mean that he already have reincarnated into the next one, whether it be a pig, whether it be Ganondorf, or any other type of reincarnation. I think that's the only time it could happen. That's why I say this. So maybe there was other Links and Zeldas, but those were fighting calamities. Whether it be the ancient hero, whether it be the Links and Zeldas of different times that weren't chronicled in the games, and whether it be Breath of the Wild or Age of Calamity, that's all that happened within that time. I don't think, like, Legend of Zelda to Twilight up until Twilight Princess, all of that, I don't think is within that time. I think that's still different time. Because the race that has all the girls only, Gerudo, and only has a male every 100 years. No, yeah, they do say that. But every male Gerudo isn't always Ganondorf. And if it is, that's in other games, or other Zelda games we haven't seen. But I don't think during the Tears of the Kingdom plotline there's other Ganondorfs. Because there might be other male Gerudos, but I don't think they're necessarily Ganondorf, because if they were, that would mean that there's several Ganondorfs at the same time that this Ganondorf is waiting to fight the latest Link. Which I don't think makes sense, because like I said, Ganondorf has to be one at a time. It can't be like several. Unless it's the time thing And again, in the same way the time thing doesn't affect, like, oh, Zelda being down there while she's flying in the sky as a dragon. I guess the same case could work if you see Ganondorf as a time thing in the underground, and then there's another one. But it'll also have to mean that that stuff was happening regardless of the time thing, but the time thing happened to happen, so that's why Zelda's up there and Ganondorf's down there, and like... I do find that parallel cool, how Zelda's in the sky, Ganondorf's underground in the depths. I think that's a cool parallel. But yeah, this does make my head hurt. Watch other videos? Shall we finish this one? It's half hour left.
One focus of the Yiga clan's expeditions into the depths was searching for a forgotten Zonai power. The clan pored through musty old texts and hunted through ancient Zonai ruins, all in search of the auto-build power, the ability to instantly replicate Zonai vehicles, rather than painstakingly building them by hand. So when Link just strolls into the central abandoned mine and takes the power for himself, Koga is understandably quite annoyed. Because Link now possesses King Raru's right arm, he's able to open Zonai seals, something which is completely impossible for the Yiga, barring them from activating the constructs and unlocking the Zonai's secrets. Link encounters the Yiga Master multiple times throughout the depths, at the abandoned mines underneath the towns. At each of them, Koga vows to destroy Link, using increasingly ridiculous vehicles. But no matter what monstrosity
He has a belly
against the hero, it inevitably has the same result, leaving Koga battered and bruised, and his inventions in broken pieces. Koga eventually gives up on trying to steal the auto-build power back from Link, and instead commits himself to Plan B. He claims that the Yiga have been gathering as much Zonai energy as they can, in the form of the crystallized...
I didn't realize they made a timeline because of the fans, but that kind of sucks, because, like, it would mean that they didn't want there to be connections on that level.
This weapon is a giant...
I mean, that makes sense. Like, they don't want to give a direct timeline, but because it's a legend, that's true. It doesn't have to be like 100%, but there's always going to be connections that they're building upon that are important, and that's really the stuff we need to focus on. But then at the same time, that will mean it's like not as coherent as like a more traditional storyline. Like, it's planned out. It's kind of just meant to be like, oh, it's a legend, and this is this legend, this is the other one. One point they said that these are just games. Yeah. I don't want to think of it like that though, because I'm too invested in the lore to just think of it like... It sounds so shallow to say like that Nintendo would just say, oh, they're just games. I don't think they would ever say that like that, because I feel like Nintendo themselves is so passionate about their series. They're not gonna just think of it like, oh, it's just games. Fans have to put stuff together because that's what we do as... Yeah, of course. But I feel like that to an extent they have some cohesion with what they're doing, because there's a reason things are familiar and the things work out together. I'm sure they keep track of to make sure that it actually makes sense. Because regardless if it's a game, it's still an art form and story they created. It has to align with that series they made. At least with the story that it is. Mario is more simple, so obviously that doesn't matter as much, but with something like The Legend of Zelda that known for its lore, and like Metroid, like those are games that have to make sense and have cohesion.
Like the one built by
But Zelda has so much going on in the lore that...
This had been her greatest achievement, a machine so large that Zelda once rode on its shoulders. Koga's construct is, of course, decorated with Yiga symbols, and uses powers like force shields and spiked projectiles against Link. But even this isn't enough. Koga has only one option left. A brand
Here's the
new
next Zelda game I want. I want a Zelda game that's either about Goddess Hylia, and you play as Goddess Hylia, or maybe they reference the ancient hero by showing what his race even came from in that game, and show it alongside the original Zonai that descended and stuff. They need to cover those three major things for me to be like really excited, particularly because I think that's what I want next in a Zelda game. It's the origin of the Zonai and the origin of Hylia, the war she was in. And maybe that's how they could incorporate playable Zelda, because maybe it's playable Hylia. That could be cool. It would be cool if they just kind of throw us for a loop and it's like it gets very story focused again. And we just have a game that says The Legend of Zelda Origin or something, and it's like the trailer just shows a new main character. We don't even know who it is, but we just could kind of predict that it's Hylia. That would be cool. I see that happening for some reason. Seeing a trailer and they just show like a female protagonist and we're like, who the heck is this? And it's like, without saying it, they kind of just show it, and it's like, for those who know, they know, and then that's all they leave us with. I could definitely see something crazy like that. And maybe Link does come out in it. Maybe. But like, it's like throughout the game, halfway through the game, something happens. Protagonist switch. Like, they could do so many cool things. So many things that they didn't reveal that happen, maybe. I don't know. So many cool things.
new technique he developed in the deepest darkness of the darkest depths, the Koga rocket. But just like he had done during his first showdown with Link during Breath of the Wild, Koga's ultimate technique ends up defeating himself. The Koga rocket instead hits its master, sending him careening through the depths like a human firework, launching him up through a chasm where he vanishes, all the while
Link to the Past, he has red hair, just like the one you're talking. No, that's just, they always said that just had to do with the Super Nintendo limitations in color. He doesn't have red hair, because in the guidebooks and stuff, it shows him with blonde hair still. It's just that in the Super Nintendo, they gave him pink hair, because it was hard to animate the blonde hair on him. I don't know why. To this day, I find that weird. I'm just saying I know that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. It's hard to know in text how people mean things. Sometimes. There's no, like... Remember, text doesn't have, what's it called? Voice inflection, so it's like you can't know if someone's saying it for one reason or another. But yeah, that's a funny detail.
Link soon discovers that there is a sinister truth behind the mystery.
Or funny, I guess, coincidence.
He and the search party weren't the only ones to see a figure resembling the princess since her disappearance. All across Hyrule, there are reports of encounters with a woman who looks like...
We'll just have to wait. Yeah, I read that. I think I didn't read it out loud, but I read that. They could do a 360 and change everything that we know and make it new. Yeah, sometimes I don't pause the video so I could keep it playing, but I am reading.
Ganondorf had fallen into the deepest reaches of the depths.
Sometimes I read live chat and I don't like read it out loud, I just kind of read it.
He began to use his magic to manipulate the kingdom through a phantom saboteur. This puppet Zelda interfered with Hyrule's reparations, causing distress and confusion at stables, and even forbidding anyone, even the Zonai survey team, from inspecting the floating ring ruin in Kakariko village. Though some noted the uncanny nature of this phantom, it was enough to fool the entire kingdom and disrupt it from within. At this point, even Link is unaware of the figure's true identity and purpose, and this phantom was involved in the orchestration of existential threats in Hyrule's 4 main regions. During the upheaval, the Hebra region, home to the airborne Rito tribe, became shrouded in an endless blizzard. The blistering cold means that travel to their village is almost impossible, creating a food shortage. The Rito believe, quite sensibly, that the source of this blizzard must be the gigantic storm cloud directly above Hebra Peak, but it's too turbulent for even the Rito to fly close. Only able to gaze up at the storm from below, the Rito are reminded of one of their oldest myths, the Stormwind Arc. The Arc has been part of Rito legend since
I wonder what
before
they're
even
gonna
the time of
say in
Kialara.
this part.
According to the story, the ancient Rito were once visited by a god who fell from the heavens, unable to return. This god was one of the Zonai, who once lived in a civilization above the clouds before settling on the surface. The Zonai stood atop a hill for days on end, longing to return to his home in the sky, but the Rito could not carry him there. They tried time after time, but none had wings strong enough to reach the islands in the heavens. The Zonai came up with a solution. The Rito gathered materials, and the Zonai used Ultra Hand to piece them together, creating a fleet of small flying ships.
Okay. They use
On
Ultra
this
Hand, I mentioned it.
impossible armada, the Rito were able to climb into the heavens, above the clouds, to a world of floating islands dotted a clear
I just noticed this is
sky.
connected.
The Zonai was home. He rejoined his
I noticed out of the 4, like this one with the had its own like little story that was related to like being Rito have to do with the sky. I think that's why they want you to do it first, because out of all of them, it's like this one feels like it could connect the most, being it's like, oh, Rito are still fairly new to the Zelda lore, so let's add a bit more to them and give them more significance. And then they have to do with the sky, which, you know, it's related to Skyward Sword, so they want to add more to that and give it significance. So I like how there was like a little extra lore for them with this whole story thing here.
Far above the land, to where the Rito reluctantly returned. The Zonai sent a gift down to those who had helped him return home, the Stormwind Arc, a gigantic flying ship with many great oars, which move like wings and churn the air, creating strong winds for the Rito to glide on. Many years later, this ship was used as the Wind Temple, where the ancient Sage of Wind met Princess Zelda and agreed to prepare his race to fight the Demon King in the future. And so the story
I've been playing HoloCure for so long today, I forgot that I had this on in the background. That's fine.
Village, but the place in which the Rito Sage's secret stone was stored. The Ark eventually faded into legend, passed down in story and song for generations. Only Rito children
already start sending me a video to watch next. I might want to watch something else after this.
A gigantic flying galleon as mere hearsay. That was until the upheaval, when Ganondorf plagued the Rito with an eternal blizzard. They believe that something inside the storm is causing it, but none can fly high enough to investigate. Tulin, however, is an exception. He is the son of Tabor, the Rito warrior who had helped Link reach the divine beast Varmado during Breath of the Wild. In that game, Tulin was only a fledgling, but in the years since has grown into an incredibly talented archer. His father has taken over the role of the village chief from Kenelli, and is forced to devote most of his attention to matters close to home. Tulin is bold and confident. Despite his father's warnings, he desperately
I guess you, because
and find a solution to
like,
the freezing
if there's another video that's interesting to watch, I'll watch it.
Champion of Varmado, Tulin is able to control the wind around him, creating his own gusts of air on which to glide. Together with Link, he begins to climb the rising island chain up into the blistering Hebra skies, and discovers the truth behind the legend of his people.
How am I supposed to send it? No, yeah, I really meant Shantae, because they know Zelda videos to send me and stuff, because we're having a Zelda theme today.
Zelda in the distant past that their descendant would awaken to fight the Demon King. Tulin is this descendant. He is the warrior that his ancestor promised would rise to fight alongside Link. The pair leap across the sails of floating ships, dancing in the snowy sky, until they reach the Eye of the Storm, and are faced with the source of the blizzard, the legendary Stormwind Arc.
This was the best one. Yeah, I think I changed my mind. I think this one was still my favorite one. The Wind Temple. And the boss.
Link and Tulin witness the puppet of Zelda walking across the Ark's deck, which contains a giant gate.
They're playing Mogera Battle.
The Zelda clone vanishes, and a torrential gust of wind erupts from beneath the gate.
I will say this is the only song that's not very fitting for this video. I see what he's trying to do here, and I like what he's trying to do here, but it doesn't really go with it.
Tulin's power of wind to activate 5 locks, which in turn opens the gate. They return to the deck, and Link activates the gate mechanism, releasing the source of the blizzard, Kolgura.
I like how it.
Frozen monstrosity.
I like how it
is,
transitioned. That was cool.
A successor to Molgura, the boss of the Wind Temple in the Wind Waker.
Oh, it's Molgura. That's how you pronounce it.
Though, Kolgura is encased completely in ice and can harness
one of my
the wind
favorite
and
themes from
use
this
strong
game.
Updrafts to keep itself aloft. It had been created by Ganondorf upon his resurrection, with the specific goal of.
Let me tell you, them doing the Molgara battle theme and using the motif for this song and the Kolgara battle theme is so clever and so good.
But so are Link and Tulin. Together, the pair duel Kolgara.
And the fact that both Rito and Molgara debut from Wind Waker, so the fact that they put those two like together, I like how that was intentional.
They discover the ancient Sage of Winds.
They used it for the Rito tribe section because that's the one that's the most connected to Wind Waker, being they debuted there. So I like that connection.
From Rauru in the Forgotten Temple, the stone is white and smooth, a blank canvas yet to react to the abilities of an owner. The Sage of Wind's spirit speaks to Link and Tulin, explaining the story of the imprisoning war, and of his promise to Zelda. Tulin understands and accepts his destiny. He inherits his ancestors.
I think Tulin was my favorite sage from this game.
And once again becomes a green.
None of them beat the Wind Waker ones, but he was definitely my favorite.
Reveals that he possesses a new power. He can create a spiritual avatar of himself. Just like Zelda had done in the Temple of Time, he holds Link's hand and transfers this power to Raru's arm, marked by a ring on Link's little
I love
finger,
this music.
and swears to fight alongside him against the darkness. Zelda's chosen knight had defended the Rito.
It would have been amazing if they played this theme when we fought Ganondorf. I'm surprised they never like, being that he's Gerudo, I feel like it would have been amazing if they played Gerudo Desert when you fought him. Because it's literally an orchestrated version of the song, and it sounds like it would match a final battle theme. I'm surprised they never played like, if there was a time to do it, it would be now, being it was like Gerudo Desert was so emphasized with Ganondorf. At least in the memories and stuff, so that would have been cool. I don't know, it just kind of sounds like a good battle theme when you make it into an arrangement, or at least have a motif of it within the battle theme. But it's fine, I love the way it was. It's just, it would have been a cool alternate universe where that happened. I would have also liked it.
When he had rescued Hyrule from the clutches of the Calamity, he sets his sights on the 3 remaining regions. Death Mountain, the home of the Gorons, cools significantly. The lava that had
Would you watch me
streamed
play
down its
games
rocky
and call
slopes
screen share?
dries up,
That's
and the
hard because a lot of
volcano's
people ask
peak
me
is cloaked
about
in
that,
an ominous cloud of gloom.
and
The
I don't really
Gorons
have time.
themselves suffered
It's
a
just hard.
terrible
Like, as
fate.
far as watch, I'm a
During Breath of
content
the
creator
Wild,
myself, so
Link
it's like
had
hard to
traveled
watch other
alongside
content
Yonobo,
creators when
the
I'm a content
grandson of the
creator.
champion
So I can never
Daruk,
really
to divine
promise,
beast
make
Fabrigani,
promises about
whose
that.
rampaging was causing violent eruptions, making mining the mountain difficult. Sometime after Link calmed the beast,
I constantly
the
have to be
mountain
doing
fell
different
dormant,
things too.
opening up access to new
It's hard for me
caves
to
and
stay
ore
on a
deposits
stream.
its rocky slopes.
Like, I don't even watch other
Yonobo
people that are like really good
founded
content
Yonobo Co.,
creators.
a
It's just
mining
hard to keep
company,
my
which
attention
became
nowadays.
successful enough to
Especially if it's
effectively
playing a
run
game.
Goron City.
I can't
After
really
the
watch people
upheaval,
play games
however,
anymore.
Yonobo began receiving instructions
Unless
from
it's like a
Ganondorf's
really heavy
agents.
blind
It gave him a
reaction
new
type thing,
mask,
like
which seized
someone
control
playing
of his
Undertale
mind,
or something.
completely changing
It's
his
kind of hard not to
personality.
want to watch that.
Gorons usually dine
Or
on
if they're
the
just
top
doing
of
like a
rock
chill stream and
directly
talking
from the
about
mountain, like the
stuff
classic
and
rock
laughing or
roast.
doing
But
something.
Yonobo Co. began to mine for marbled rock roast, which glows red with gloom. Gorons who consume marbled rock roast are literally stoned. They're lulled into a trance-like state, and their eyes glow an eerie purple. So, by the
This thing
time
I
Link
went to was
arrives
the
on
Zelda
Death Mountain,
Orchestra
most
2
of the
times.
Gorons have
Oh,
been
you're so
enslaved
lucky.
to this new food. They
You are
refuse to
so
talk,
lucky.
work,
I was
or
gonna go
do
to one
anything
and then I
other than
missed
sit
it
and gorge
because of
themselves on the
certain
rock.
reasons I
Only the
couldn't
very
go,
young
but
and very old are unaffected.
I went to the
They're unable
Pokemon
to digest the
Orchestra.
new rock,
I never
but
went
are
to a
too
Zelda
weak
one,
or
but I
too
know I would be
afraid
bawling
to
my
stop
eyes out.
Yonobo's operation.
I bawled my
Only Link
eyes
is
out
brave enough
during
to
the
confront him.
Pokemon
He
one.
still recognizes the hero from their previous
That was the first
adventure,
orchestra I
but
ever
the
went
puppet of
to in my
Zelda
life.
uses the mask to force him into a frenzy. Once the mask is broken,
So
however,
nostalgic.
Yonobo returns to his former self. Everything that has happened since he put it on is remembered only as a blur. The Goron is shocked to see the red haze of gloom surrounding Death Mountain's peak, but the children aren't. They remember this happening during the upheaval. As
This
soon
is
as
a
the
Twilight
castle
Princess
rose into
song.
the air, the red
It's
mist
so
began
fitting
to
too.
choke the mountaintop. Yonobo had apparently gone to
You had a front
investigate,
row seat.
but
Yeah,
when he
similar to me,
returned,
my
he was
brother
wearing
reserves
this
front
mysterious
row
mask,
seats for us for the
warning
Pokemon
everyone
one.
to stay clear
So we
of
were
the
like
peak.
right in the front.
The
It was
Goron
amazing.
and the Hylian embark on another journey together to the summit of Death Mountain. Here, Puppet Zelda unleashes Moragia, a titanic beast of living rock rising from the summit of the volcano. Moragia's name is similar to Volvagia, the
Oh,
dragon boss
shoot.
of the fire temple from Ocarina
It's
of Time,
Volvagia?
and
Those
sure
Volvagia.
enough, it takes the
Volvagia! I'll
form
always
of
call it
3
Volvagia.
dragon-like heads of stone. According to its Hyrule Compendium entry, its body is composed of boiling lava and hard
You could send me the
rocks,
Yeah, I heard the orchestra
which it
before
holds
on
together
YouTube.
by drawing
But it doesn't hit the
heat
same
and
when you're
gloom
actually
power from
there.
the crater.
So,
By riding a
but yeah, I
Zelda
definitely heard it
king
before.
that had fallen from the skies and conveniently landed on the mountain during the upheaval, Link and Yonobo destroy the 3 heads of Moragia, opening up the mountain's crater to
I also
reveal
don't want to
a
listen to it too
gigantic
much just in
cavern,
case
a
I go and
portal
see
to the
it and it could be
depths below
somewhat
the
of a
region.
surprise of
Like
actually going
Tulin,
and being there.
Yonobo is the distant descendant of an ancient sage who calls out from the fire temple
You know
at the
bros.
deep.
Let me
Like
get a
the
you know
Stone Wind
bros in the
Ark,
chat.
The temple used by the ancient Goron sage is a sign of a close bond between his race and the Zonai, the forgotten city of Gorondia.
Yeah, I bet it was
This
amazing.
towering structure, built with Zonai stonework, was once the home of the Gorons in the distant past.
Oh,
It was
interesting.
abandoned and lost in myth. Legends tell of its advanced technology and strange vehicles, but none alive had seen it until Yonobo and Link enter, in pursuit of the puppet. Here they fight marbled.
I actually really
the
like this
source of the
temple.
marbled rock
I think I like
rocks,
this temple
a
more than the
fiery
other
member
two.
of
These
the
two, like the
Vulgar
first two, I
family,
think were
quite
better than the
similar
latter
to the
two.
Wind Waker's first boss.
It's hard to
Yonobo's
say.
power can shatter its legs, leaving its vulnerable eye exposed to Link's blades.
Yeah, I
Prepare
think
to
I like the
destroy
first two
monster,
more.
And Yonobo is awakened as the Sage of Fire. Zora's domain is plagued by the Sky Islands directly above it. the reappearance of the Water Temple, which was once the source of their pure water. However, Ganondorf's power has caused a toxic sludge to pour from these islands, sullying the domain's waters and injuring any Zora who comes into contact with it. At one point, the doppelganger of Zelda even attacked the Zora king Dorephan, unleashing a sludge monster in an attempt on his life. Dorephan had previously defended his domain from a guardian, so he of course was able to defeat the foe, but not before taking considerable damage from the toxic substance. He retreats to his secret spring, so that word does not spread of the fact that he was attacked by Hyrule's princess and cause panic. Dorephan's son, Prince Sidon, is incredibly gifted with the ability to control water. This is apparently something that all Zora are able to do, to a certain extent, but Sidon's powers exceed all others. He is forced to almost single-handedly bear the brunt of the poisonous sludge raining down from the Water Temple, purifying it as quickly as he can to prevent any reaching the domain just below. At some point between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, Sidon had married Yona, a Zora who is apparently native to an entirely different domain.
That's interesting. Oh, Yona was amazing. I never mentioned Yona, but yeah, Yona was a great character. I loved her.
This world is bigger than just this single country. Sidon holds back the sludge atop Ploymus Mountain, where Link had fought a Lionel in Breath of the Wild. Since then, it has
Really?
been
I don't remember that.
a shrine has been constructed to honor Sidon's older sister, known as Mipha Court. The statue of the princess has been moved from the domain to here, replaced with one immortalizing
I knew it because I
Sidon
didn't
in
recognize
the
Ploymus Mountain. They
Beast
probably
Islands.
changed it a bit.
Prince Sidon is the descendant of the ancient Zora sage, and so he pieces together the mystery of the Sky Islands above his home with Link, eventually uncovering the ancient Zora waterworks and opening a waterfall that allows access to Wellspring Island and the Water Temple itself. Again, this temple is the original source of Zora's domain's pure waters, a small group of floating platforms below 5 giant faucets. Since the upheaval and the re-emergence of the temple from the skies, it has become the home of Muktarok, a creation of Ganondorf and the creator of the toxic sludge, a creature related to the smaller Octoroks.
I will say Age of Calamity was a little off by the fact it didn't use Tulin.
The endless flow of poison.
It's almost as if they thought the
becomes
four
the
were
sage
like...
of water, but also Zora's domain's king.
Like it was their
His father,
descendants, but
Professor
not necessarily the
Xavier
sages,
Hurd,
because one of them
also
wasn't a sage.
believes it's time for him to pass the
It was their
torch to
son.
his son. King Sidon is crowned, alongside his wife, Queen Yona. The air in the Gerudo Desert is choked by a sandstorm, and the ground itself gives way to quicksand and sinkholes. Worse still, the dead stalk the dunes. Gibdos, horrifying creatures somewhere between zombies and insects, force the Gerudo underground, where they shelter in an ancient bunker below the throne room. The source of the sandstorm and the Gibdos that hide in it is Queen Gibdo, a giant insect that whips the sand up into a storm with its wings. Together with Riju, the chief of the Gerudo, the same Vi who Link had subdued Varniboris with during Breath of the Wild, Link uncovers the secret of the Lightning Temple from an ancient tablet beneath Gerudo Town, and the dungeon rises from the sands. It's a gigantic pyramid built by the Zonai and the Gerudo in the distant past. Aside from being the elemental temple of the ancient Sage of Lightning, we don't know anything about this place and what it was used for certain. Great statues of heroines stare down from the top, and tombs full of Gibdos lurk in the shadows. By defeating Queen Goma in the highest room in the temple, Link and Riju uncover the fourth secret stone, and the Gerudo chief swears to offer her support to Link as the new Sage of Lightning, vowing to use her powerful control of electricity.
So the big question is, what's the next
against
game
King.
that
I
Chosen's
mentioned in
going
part
to
1
play?
that the ancient sages
And
all
see
wear masks
if Shantae will
resembling
show
the
up to
heads of the
watch.
four
I have no
chief
idea.
divine
I don't know.
beasts,
I've been
but
saying
their
I'm not sure what I'm
temples
gonna play
strengthen this
next.
connection. Each temple features
I'm
an
trying to
animal
think.
motif that matches the divine beasts.
Cause I wanna.
The Stormy
It's hard to
Path,
say.
of
Cause
course,
I really
features bird
wanna
design.
start like my series after a certain thing I bring to the channel that I can't speak about. That's still a secret. But like that takes time. It's still like we're still like about a month away from that. So in the meantime, I still have to do something, but I also don't want to wait because it's like I also just feel like playing Zelda. But at the same time, it's like I want to make it into a series, but at a certain time. Once I set everything up with what I want to do with my channel and stuff, so it's hard to say. But I want to... It's, yeah, it's like I want to... But yeah, once I get the certain thing done, I want to start the Zelda thing or the Fire Emblem Iron Man, but at the same time, I don't want to wait. So it's like I don't know what to do until then. It's hard to say. Ba-ba-da-bum. But yeah, I feel like I don't know what to do next. I don't know if whether it's gonna be something in between. Maybe I really should just finish up all my projects then. It's just I really don't feel like it. But I guess, well, I guess I could. I will have to finish Ace Attorney, One Dreamer. I won't finish The Messenger because I wasn't really like that wasn't part of its own series. That was just like a chill stream thing. Same with Awakening because I'll just restart that whenever. Um, Tear Ring Saga, I might not finish. I might just restart that one day later on. It depends. We'll see. I might not even want to restart it because I already restarted that twice. So I might just want to continue from where I left off someday. It's really just Ace Attorney, One Dreamer, and what was the other thing? Oh, and Xenologue, Fell Xenologue for Engage. Finish the Messenger. I don't know. I'm not really into that game anymore. What happened? The reason I'm not into it is because not only it's hard to get back into, because when you play a Metroidvania, it broke out into a Metroidvania. Metroidvanias are the worst game to take a break on, because when you go back to them, you're lost on them. Like, I'll be super lost. And then I was already super lost. That's why I stopped, because it like went into a different arc where it was like a Metroidvania, which is a cool twist, but it kind of made the game a little less enjoyable, and I kind of got out of it. Like, I love the whole first arc of the game, but once it became a Metroidvania, I kind of just was like, fetch questy, and it was like, I wasn't really interested on beating it anymore. And I'm really, really bad at playing Metroidvanias on stream, because if I even read chat once or get distracted, I don't pay attention to where I'm going, and I'll be walking between 3 rooms for an hour, walking back and forth, because if it's like I have to stay focused on the map. So it's like, I mean, I guess for Metroid I have to, but Metroid's different because I played all the games and I kind of have an idea where to go, even if I was talking, so it's not that of a big deal. I mean, I did play Dread and I was fine. But yeah, if I'm gonna do a Metroidvania, I want to be very focused. Kind of feel like playing something now, but yeah, let's finish the video. It's almost done. Oh yeah, we're almost done. Let's just finish this really quick, and then maybe I'll play something. Maybe it's kind of late though. I can't risk my sleep schedule.
The water temple's faucets are shaped like elephants, and the lightning temple features camel designs, as well as the 6 eyes of Varnaboris. Much of the story
I never noticed that. That's cool.
Is still a mystery.
Oh
It
shoot.
seems that they were the inspiration for the divine beasts. After awakening the sages, Link returns to Lookout Landing.
Play all the Zeldas? Yeah, like I said, I have to save that most likely for, sadly,
the 4 regions from Ganondorf's
next
creations,
month,
Link has started
after
to
I complete my project
gather and
that I'm
mobilize
working
its
on.
forces against the upheaval. Members from each race can now be found at Lookout Landing, diligently preparing for the battle ahead. Purah looks through her telescope at the castle and spots Princess Zelda, standing amid a burning red sky. The plan changes. Link must now reach this floating citadel and uncover the truth of this Zelda clone. Finally, just as it had been during Breath of the Wild, Hyrule Castle was Link's target. He had previously learned from Zelda's diary, found in the house in Hateno Village, that she had arranged for a new and improved champion's tunic to be crafted for him, and hid it in a secret compartment in the castle's throne room. This is a little strange, as we saw Link wearing these new, improved champion's leathers at the very beginning of the game, where they were burned.
I love this song so much.
Regardless, he lights 2 fires to unlock the chest, once again donning his iconic blue. In the ancient halls,
yeah, I'm wondering how that happened exactly.
The fortress he had once stormed to purge Calamity Ganon from the
He was
land,
wearing it,
Link
but then he gets it in the throne
corners
room.
The doppelganger. She uses her magic to create an illusion, to temporarily restore the castle's sanctum to its former glory. Fitting for the last thing Link will ever see. Above Zelda, a spectral image appears. The unmistakable form of Ganondorf, withered after his long imprisonment. The Demon King taunts and then reveals.
That's from Wind Waker, right?
Zelda falls limp, hanging like a puppet on strings.
Phantom
then
Ganon, right?
dissolves into gloom, which gathers and collects into the dark shape of Phantom Ganon, the Demon King's secret saboteur.
Saboteur. I never heard of that.
Numerous times before in the series, a ghost created by Ganondorf to do his bidding. This Phantom Ganon is apparently made from the Demon King's own flesh and blood. It's also very similar to the sage avatars.
Oh shoot, I never thought of that.
Which are projections of a sage's spirit made possible by the possession of a secret
Oh.
soul. Only Phantom Ganon is a blood red.
Interesting.
To reflect Ganondorf's power of darkness and gloom. Echoing his battle with the Calamity, Link locks blades with the Phantom in the castle's throne room, destroying mirror images of the demon, dodging and parrying strikes from its gloom weapons. Eventually, it falls. Ganondorf admits defeat, but not completely. Phantom Ganon explodes into a cluster of gloom, which then lunges towards Link in 4 great tendrils, exactly like those which had injured him beneath the castle. He braces for the impact, but this time he is not alone. The Spectre of Ganondorf is surprised that this group, each bearing a secret stone, does not recognize him, and muses that there must be limits to the knowledge that the stones impart. He claims that the sage's ancestors had only delayed his ascension, and as his secret stone of darkness glows, he shows a vision of the world as it was before Rauru founded Hyrule, the world he would create again. This world of chaos is exactly what Ganondorf wants to return to, a land that values and rewards power above all else, where fighting spirit, courage and vigor are essential for survival. He claims that the sages need only wait for his minions to sweep over the land, then vanishes, fading away into particles of gloom. The sages convene. This was the man the ancient sages had warned them about, who had nearly destroyed the world long ago. Riju notes, however, that he must not yet be at his full strength, otherwise none of them would still be alive. Hyrule Castle had proved to be a diversion, little more than the stopper on the seal forced upward when
You fight him in
Ganondorf
other
broke
games in
free.
that form? Yeah, I
Once
know.
again, the heart of the kingdom was twisted into a symbol of his dominion over the land. But this time, it was nothing more. The Demon King lay dormant beneath the ground, gathering his strength. The search for Ganondorf had begun.
Oh, wait, what? There's a part 3? You gotta get out of here. That's in 2 days. Also, we gotta watch this in 2 days. There's a 3rd one? I thought that was the last one. Oh, I just figured out what the 3rd one's gonna be. Is the 3rd one gonna be Ganondorf's perspective? Just the fact it ends there makes me feel like it's gonna wrap it up with Ganondorf. Being he's finally back, so that's like a perfect way to organize it, because it's like the hype is with Ganondorf in this game, and then just in general, it's like his story. It'll wrap up perfectly with everything it's saying and stuff in his perspective. That'll be interesting. Okay, yeah, that was pretty cool. There was a few things here and there. The first one was definitely better and a lot of stuff I didn't know about. And I'll definitely watch the 3rd one. That might be a bit more interesting. Um... Part 3 is gonna be the fight with him. Yup, the best part. Best part. Let's see. I don't know what to watch next. I don't know what I should do next. I kind of feel like turning on the Switch and playing something. You know what? Let's do it. I know it's late, but I kind of just want to boot up a game. Let's boot up a game. What should we boot up? Maybe more Super Mario World? Maybe? I need sleep. I mean, I woke up late today, so I could chill a little longer. Animal Crossing? I'm not really into. I've said this on stream. I've never said it on Discord, but yeah. For those who don't know, I don't really like New Horizons that much. Really don't like New Horizons. So it's hard for me to play it, I guess. But I will play something here. Maybe Super Mario World? Should we continue Super Mario World? Or Super Pooping World? It was fun playing it. No, yeah, I agree. The times that I played it with people, it was definitely fun. But it's like, I don't really have an objective, I guess. And I would just do that off stream, I guess, if I were to play it with somebody. The pooping song, sing it.
Here we go. Super Mario.
Super Mario. Can someone tell me why it gets cut off in the upper left corner? Like, his hat gets cut off a bit.
Let's go.
Uh-oh, we in the poop caves again. Rawr. The pooping song? Kinda late, so I can't talk loud. My whole house is gonna hear it and be like, what the heck is this guy doing? That does sound like a dump. Taking a big dump. Dump the dumpy. Taking a big dump. Oh, that's why it crops it a little, I see. That's true. The crop has to be different. That is true. Making a big dump. In the pipes is the toilet underwater. You see, that's why there's water here. Taking a giant dump in the pipe. A giant poop. Poopy and I'm a plumber. Well, he is a plumber. You know what's funny? Is that I was telling... my brother told me how, oh, that makes sense, he's a plumber. And I was cracking up so much because I didn't even think of that. As I was singing the poop song. Like, it was just meant to be random. I wasn't even trying to connect it to Mario being a plumber. But I just realized how that does make a lot more sense now. The poop song is canon. It's canon. I didn't even think of that. The poop song is accurate. Taking out poop in the pipe. I still think my cape is toilet paper. Oh, and that's toilet paper. We got the toilet paper. We're taking a poop. We're taking a poop in the bathroom. Poop. bum.
Let's go.
No, yeah, I could sing it. I just can't sing loud. I don't care singing it. I don't mind. I just can't be loud. Taking a poop in the shower. Ew, who takes a poop in the shower? That's like a mental image I didn't want to think of today, and now I have to think about it, and now I'm disturbed. Ugh. That's not something I wanted to think about. Guys, don't poop in the shower. You fart when you poop when you fart. Is Mario cap the paper that he uses to— what? No, the cape. Oh, the cape, you mean. Yeah, the cape. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. I put that mental image in all of your heads. Oh, here we go. Taking a poop in the shower. It's not recommended. At all. If you take a poop in the shower, you're gonna make a mess everywhere. You know how you get a paper stuck on your foot after going to the bathroom? Yes, that's because after you take a poop in the shower, you know, the floor's wet. Okay, let me stop going into detail about this random scenario that I've created in my mind. In this case, it's escape. Ow. When you're taking a dump in the shower. Okay. Let's go again. When you're taking a poop in the shower, it's not recommended. At all. Make sure you have paper to clean your butt. Again for the millionth time. I'm getting distracted by my song. Let's try that again. Okay. Ah! When you're taking a poop in the shower, it's not recommended at all. Okay, let's try it again. 5th time's the charm. Poop song. When you're taking a shower and you take a dump, it's not recommended at all. Make sure you get toilet paper and clean your butt. Poop song. Poop song. When you're taking a shower and you take a dump, it's not recommended. Double time. At all. Double time. At all. You're taking a dump and you have no TP. You have nothing to clean it with. At all. Poop song. This is the poop song. Mute. Now I've been muted. Now I am sad. My poop song has caused despair for everyone. The poop musical has caused despair. It's time to stop singing. Poop song. Poop song. Poop song. It's time to stop singing the freaking poop song. It's time to stop now. We'll see you next time. Next time the poop will come and clog the toilet again. Okay, I'll stop. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. What are you doing? I have no idea. I hope you enjoyed my beautiful singing voice. I have the best singing voice of all time. Die! That's right. No more clogging Koopas pooping in my toilet. You poopa trooper. I flushed you down the lava toilet. Uh-oh. There it is. That's not a flag. That's toilet paper. Mario and Mario have triumphed over Poopa Koopa of Castle Number 3. Their quest is getting more and more difficult with all this poop everywhere. Have you found the red and green poop yet? Hey. Hey. Cheese bridge. I got an idea. Chat, give me a theme and then I'll sing about it. Give me something, a theme. Like, you know, like, oh, the theme is coins, and then I'll sing about coins, you know. So we sung about poop, now let's move on from poop. And I'll sing the song depending on what it is. Ready? Here we go. This song's kind of fast, so I don't know how. It's like I'm gonna be rapping at this point with how fast it is. But I'll try my best. Pee. There's pee everywhere. It's all over in the toilet. It's yellow, and it's yellow. It's yellow. It looks like a coin. Everything is yellow. It's all over the floor and over the bathroom. Everywhere. It's everywhere all over the floor. It's made of liquid, and it's yellow. It looks like a coin, but it's not a good fellow. I don't know what I'm singing, but it's so awesome that we're singing about pee this good. Boom. What have I done? We sung about pee. 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 Cookie Mountain. We're singing about Dookie, Dookie and P, Dookie and P, P and the Dookie, P and Dookie, P and Dookie go hand in hand. When using the bathroom, you gotta do both too, cause that's how you get rid of your poop and pee. Make MP3s. Are you going to play Pikmin 4? Probably not. But I know my brother will, and as long as he plays it, it's fine. Too many games, so like I have to split them with my bro. He could just tell me about it. I will be playing Mario RPG and Mario Wonder. Why do I suck? I used to be like... Why do I suck? Good, because I will not watch. That's not very nice. You don't want to watch. How dare you? How can you say such a thing? You wouldn't watch. How dare you? I know I suck, but you know. Ouch. Come on. Oh, I gamed over? Dang, I suck. I will watch you play anything, but not that. Okay. Yeah, I know I suck. Ooh, Fire Emblem looks very tempting. Maybe Metroid Fusion? Nah. Minish Cap, I want to play this so badly. But I have to go in order. I want to play this so bad. You know, I'm just kidding. About what? No, I'm the one kidding. You wouldn't watch me play Pikmin 4. Because you want to play it for yourself. Play Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening. Oh. Actually, you might be onto something, because if I play Link's Awakening, when I do my, Zelda, I guess, thing, I could just play the original Link's Awakening. It gives me a chance to play both Link's Awakenings. So... Huh. Because I'm not going to be playing the remakes of anything. I'm just going to play everything in their original form. Except maybe Wind Waker. I think Wind Waker I might play the HD version, because it's just better. But like, for something like Link's Awakening, that's a full-blown remake, maybe I'll play both. Because it's like, I could play Link's Awakening, just pretend like, oh, I'm playing the new Zelda game, that's why I'm playing it, and then when I do my Zelda streams, I'll just play the original Link's Awakening. That's a very good idea. You might have saved the day. You saved the day. Guess what? What? I miss Zelda. Like the character. So I should play DX, right? If I'm playing Link's Awakening. Oh, that's why it shows a weird little... I didn't even notice that. That's like a toy behind him. That's why he goes in this weird, like, globe. I will watch you play it. Because I beat it like 4 times. Yeah, of course. You played every Zelda game. Uh, I don't know what to play. Wait, if I play this, is it gonna be the... Oh. Yeah, that's not the version. Oh! No, it is! Oh, so there's the Game Boy Pocket. I didn't realize the Game Boy Pocket made everything black and white. It's funny because the version that I played this was the black and white version. I didn't realize, like, there was... So the Game Boy version is, like, the one that's all yellow. Or green. It was the Game Boy Pocket that made it black and white. So it depends on which system. I just love how the Game Boy Color. Yeah, why not Game Boy Color? Reproduce classic feel, display with small screen. I wonder what that means. Oh, that's so fire. How they just like redid every game ever. For Game Boy Color. That means they went back and actually like edit every game. The OG Game Boy was the P color green. This game was so strange. Because it was like different gameplay. Like it's Mario Brothers, but like kinda not. And the music is not... You could tell it's not the same... Like you could tell it's the people who made Wario Land. Because it even has just a different vibe completely. From the Mario we know from... I do love the music though, it's really good in Mario Land. I didn't even know I could do that. I only played this game once on my 3DS. I beat it, but I don't... For some reason, he has a feather. When he's fire, I don't get that. I loved this game when I was a kid and playing it in class in Japan. That's so fire. Wow. That's so cool. Okay, move on to a different game. I don't know. I'm like not feeling... I don't know what I want to play. I want to play Zelda. I want to play Zelda so bad. I want to play Zelda so bad. But I can't. I have to hold off. I want to go back 3 weeks. It's not long. I need more of my motherland, and I'm bringing you with me. I know, I want to go so bad. Uh... I don't know. Maybe Harvest Moon. Man. This is so nostalgic to me. This was the first game I ever— oh, 100% Tears of the Kingdom, that's a good idea. It's already getting late, so I probably should do it later. Duh. Like, if I'm bored, just keep playing Tears of the Kingdom. I can't believe I never thought of that. Just keep playing Tears of the Kingdom. Like, just add it to the chill stream. I just feel weird playing games I beat. There's 900 of the gold poops. Oh, the man, poop song in Zelda now? Is that what you're asking for? Oh man, this is so nostalgic. Golden, no! Fun fact, this was the first video game I ever played for my nephew. You know, Juju that you guys always see. This was the first game he ever, like, watched me play. Like, well, not the first game he ever watched me play, but I guess the first video game he, like... Well, yeah. Well, I introduced Super Mario to him first, but, like, I guess a game I actually like. Like, he got, like, emotionally attached to. Man, this brings me back. I think this was actually my favorite out of all of them. It's so nostalgic. Man, I'm getting teary-eyed. Let me get out of here. I'm getting teary-eyed. It's been so long. Why this guy looks like All Might? Am I the only one who thinks that? Hey punk, are you tough enough? Oh no. Artists are contacting me again. Telling me like, hey, can you commission from me? Why he looks like Donald Trump? This guy looks like Terry Bogard, kinda, but not really. This guy looks like a knockoff Simon Belmont. Let's play the Donkey Kong Country, maybe. Where is it? Let's play Nintendo 64. I probably should just end my stream. It's getting late. But I'm bored. But on. Ba-bum. Maybe we should fight Misty next. Okay, pick my team, chat. Pick my team. Just put a bunch of Pokemon. We're fighting Misty. Pick my team. Just pick a bunch of Kanto Pokemon. Please pick good ones this time. Last time you guys gave me such bad picks. Pick one. Spam chat. Move your picks. I don't care who's here. If there's only like 2 people, then 2 people pick my chat. My Pokemon. Quickly, chat. Pick Pokemon. Quickly. Hayaku. Pick a Pokemon. Pick it now. Okay. Well, until chat picks a Pokemon, I'm gonna pick my own. So, Jolteon. You guys have Sylveon? Sylveon's not here. It's funny how you said Sylveon right when I picked an evolution though. But yeah, only Kanto Pokemon. Pick a Pokemon, any Pokemon that's actually here. You guys have 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Poliwrath. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ninetales. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pidgeot. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No. Hitmonchan. 10, 9. Dang, you guys don't vote for anyone? Not a single. I'll let chat pick one. Just one. Pick one. Pick one. Chato. Pick one. Eevee? What? Why Eevee? Fine, I guess. We have Jolteon already, but okay. I guess. Fisher. Okay, Jolteon for the water types. And that's it, I guess. Ba-da-bum. I love this song. It's so good. Jolteon, that's my boy. You guys don't know about that. Thunder. Don't miss. Wait, what the heck did I just receive in my text? Oh my god, what is happening? What? Wait. Wait, what is this for? Which song is it for? Can you tell me what am I supposed to sing this to? Like, what in the world? That's why you haven't been answering. You've been busy writing this. What is happening? Oh my god. Okay, so which Mario theme does this go with? So I could sing it on stream. Even though it's very late right now. And I probably shouldn't be talking so loud. Wait, you just made a song through AI? Oh my god, wait. Okay, let's see. In the lands of pipes and coins where Mario roams, he jumps and runs, collecting gold, his quest well known. But amidst the bricks and Goombas, there's a secret untold, a tale of plumbing prowess and a journey quite bold. Chorus, Poop and Mario, an unlikely pair, adventure calls, they'll take you there. Through dungeons dark and castles high, they'll conquer all, reaching for the sky. Poop and Mario, an unlikely pair, adventure calls, they'll take you there. Through dungeons dark and castles high, they'll conquer all, reaching for the sky. Okay, verse 2. One fateful day, as Mario stomped through the land, he stumbled upon a warp pipe, oh so grand. But to his surprise, a creature he'd not seen before, a talking poop named Brownie with adventures in store. Poop and Mario, an unlikely pair, adventure calls, they'll take you there. Through dungeon dark and castles high, they'll conquer all, reaching for the sky. Poop and Mario, an unlikely pair, adventure calls, they'll take you there. Through dungeons dark and castles high, they'll conquer all, reaching for the sky. With a laugh and a flush, they set forth on their way, facing challenges together, come what may. Through sewers and jungles they'll leap and bound, a duel so unusual, yet their bond was profound. As they brave the dangers they'll laugh and sing, Brownie the Poop and Mario the King. In harmony they'd chant, we'll never stop. Through obstacles and Bowser we'll reach the top. Poop and Mario, an unlikely pair, adventure calls, they'll take you there. Through dungeons dark and castles high, they'll conquer all, reaching for the sky. Poop and Mario, an unlikely pair, adventure calls, they'll take you there. Through dungeons dark and castles high, they'll conquer all, reaching for the sky. So next time you play the game, remember this tale of Mario and his poop friend beyond the veil, for even in the strangest alliances, heroes rise. And with courage and friendship, they'll claim the prize and the toilet paper. That was the most cursed thing I ever read in my life. I can't believe AI is capable of that. Well, we just completely obliterated them with our poop song. Yeah, I think we should end it here. It's getting late. And I can't ruin my sleep schedule, so... Thank you guys so much for watching. Like this video if you enjoyed it. Subscribe if you want to see more of my stuff. And I've been the chosen one. And I'll see yo, Nintendo. God bless. Love you guys. Take care. I'll still be up on the Discord, but as far as the stream, we gotta start ending it and settling down. We did 4 hours, that's about how much I wanted to do. I'll stream earlier tomorrow though. I kinda wanted it to be 5 to 9, but I did 7:30 to, or no, 8 to 12. It's a bit, it's like 3 hours late, but yeah, we'll watch more. We'll maybe play Link's Awakening on Switch next. I think that's a good idea. Or we'll finish up all the streams that I didn't finish. Either way, one. We'll see. But yeah, take care.